Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
My dog spent the whole night staring at my bedroom door during our New Year's Eve party. And when I finally checked the bedroom camera, I understood exactly what he had been looking at. I am not sending this to the police. They already have a version of this, and they filed it as a burglary incident with no leads. I am sending it to you because I cannot get the pictures out of my head, and for some reason, listening to other people's horror stories at 2 in the morning feels less insane than trying to convince another officer that the worst part of that night was not what was stolen. This happened last New Year's Eve in a one-bedroom apartment just off Murfreesboro Pike outside Nashville. It was the first place I could actually afford on my own. No roommates, no parents, no shared walls with some stranger's kid screaming. Just me, my beagle, Max, a humming fridge, and the low, constant rush of the interstate through double-pane glass. It was the kind of place you take way too many photos of for the first month, because it finally feels like your life is starting. I work IT support at a hospital, so I am used to noise. Overhead announcements, monitors beeping, phones ringing nonstop. When I come home, the sounds are smaller, but I notice them more. The fridge cycling on, the heater kicking, the neighbor's TV bleeding through the wall just enough that you can't make out words, only laughter. I thought I knew what my apartment sounded like in every mood. That is why the quiet that night feels burned into my memory. New Year's Eve was supposed to be my way of breaking in the place. Nothing crazy. A few friends from the hospital, an old buddy from college, some +1s. I was polite enough to say yes to. Beer, frozen pizza, cheap champagne, that kind of party. I even did the responsible thing and set up a couple of cheap Wi-Fi cameras when I moved in. One by the front door, one in the living room, and an old baby cam pointed at the bed so I could check on Max on long shifts. I did not set them up because I was expecting anything like what I am about to describe. I just liked seeing my own life in little boxes on my phone. The night started normal. People stamping snow off their shoes in the hallway, laughing as they stepped inside, hands full of six-packs and plastic cups. Times Square on the TV, muted while my playlist took over. Max weaving between legs, soaking up attention. If you paused the night around 10 p.m., it would look like a stock photo for 20-something adults finally getting it together. But Max would not stop staring down the hallway. Every time someone opened the fridge or shouted from the couch, he would flinch, then turn his head back toward the dark strip of floor that led to my bedroom door. He would stand there, tail low, ears up, eyes locked on that rectangle of painted wood like he was waiting for it to do something. People joked that he wanted to go to bed. Someone tossed a napkin at him. I laughed with them. I stepped around him a dozen times carrying drinks and plates, never once wondering what it would look like from his angle, from down there near the floor. There is a very specific kind of shame that comes with realizing, after the fact, that your dog was the only one in the room paying attention. I did not take Max seriously that night. I did not take a lot of things seriously that night. Only the next morning, sitting at my little kitchen table with a hangover, the apartment uncomfortably quiet around me, did I open the camera app on my laptop and start scrubbing back through the feeds. I was looking for my missing watch and a friend's bag. Instead, I found the moment a man I do not know walked into my apartment before the party even started. and the hours he spent in my bedroom while all of us laughed 10 feet away. 1.1. Writing this down so I can sleep at least once. I am not writing this for the police. They already have their version of it, cut down into a few lines on a report with a case number and a box checked "No suspect identified." I am writing this for you, whoever ends up reading it out loud into a microphone, because for the past year this story has been living in my head anyway. It might as well live somewhere else for a while. My name does not really matter. I am in my late 20s, I live just outside Nashville now, and I work IT support at a hospital. My life on paper is boring. I reset passwords, I fix printers, I tell nurses they have to reboot the computer before I can help them. I drink too much coffee from a pot that always tastes a little burnt. People like me are not supposed to have horror stories. We are supposed to have car trouble and student loans, and maybe one embarrassing breakup we only talk about when we are drunk. But New Year's Eve does not feel like a holiday to me anymore. It feels like an anniversary I did not agree to. Right now, it is a little after midnight, a weekday, in the apartment I moved into after everything happened. I am sitting at a cheap wooden kitchen table that wobbles if you lean on the wrong corner. My laptop is open. The only lights on are the one above the sink and the cold blue rectangle of the screen. If I look up, I can see my own reflection in the sliding glass door that leads to the balcony. Just a tired guy in an old hoodie, dark circles, fingers hovering over the keys like I am waiting for permission. The apartment has its own soundscape. The fridge does that low, steady hum that you stop hearing until you start listening for it. The central AC sends a soft, constant rush of air through the vent over my head, like someone breathing into the ceiling. Through the walls, there is the faint hiss of a TV from the apartment next door. Some late-show laugh track leaking through drywall and insulation. Every now and then, the building shifts, and something in the structure lets out a dry little creak, as if the place is clearing its throat. I notice sounds more than I used to. That is part of the problem. I should be asleep. I have to be up at 6 to be at the hospital by 8. My alarm is already set. I know how tomorrow will go. Fluorescent lights, overheard codes, phones ringing, the smell of disinfectant and microwaved lunches. I will be on autopilot, doing all the things you do to convince everyone, including yourself, that you are fine. But right now, the idea of closing my eyes in a quiet room is worse than the idea of being tired. I do not really sleep in silence anymore. On good nights, I fall asleep to some podcast about history or a movie I have seen 100 times. Something with voices, something that fills every corner of the room. On bad nights, I lie awake and listen to my own apartment like it is a stranger's house. I track every little click and sigh. I wait for gaps. I know that probably sounds ridiculous if you are hearing this for the first time. You are going to think, okay, he got robbed at a party, what is the big deal? That is what my friends said, in nicer words. That is what the officer at the station said, in more professional words. It is hard to explain that the worst part was not what he took. It was where he had been and how long he had been there, without any of us knowing. I have never shown the full footage to anyone except the police. They probably did not even watch all of it. They took the copy I gave them, told me they would see if anyone recognized the guy, and then they stopped calling me back. When I followed up, I got a polite voice on the phone telling me that sometimes these people hit multiple apartments and never get caught. If nobody got hurt, I should be grateful. Maybe I should be. But gratitude is not what I feel when I think about New Year's Eve in that old place. I guess I should say this clearly, so you understand why I am bothering you with a story a year old. On that night, there was a man in my apartment that I never invited. Someone none of my friends will claim. Someone no one in that room knew. I have hours of video of him walking around my bedroom, hiding, listening. What I do not have is a single frame of him leaving. That is the part that makes people look at me like I am exaggerating. Like I am filling in the blanks because I listen to too many stories like the ones you tell on your channel. I get it. If I were hearing this from someone else, I would probably think the same thing. I work with computers all day. I know how easy it is for video to glitch, audio to desync, little corrupted gaps to show up exactly where you most do not want them. But there is a difference between knowing what a glitch looks like and knowing what you felt when you were there. My brain has the footage too, and unfortunately, there is no export button for that. I am stalling, a little. You can probably hear it in the way I am circling the same point. It is easier to talk about my job, my new place, the noises of this apartment, than it is to go back to that other kitchen, that other bedroom, that other New Year's Eve. But if I do not put it down somewhere, this story is going to keep playing in my head every time the calendar gets close to the end of December. Every time someone asks what my plans are, and I lie and say I am probably staying in. Tonight, while I was microwaving leftovers, the neighbor's TV cut off mid-sentence. For 1 second, the fridge compressor clicked off. The AC fan stopped. The whole apartment slipped into a dead, heavy quiet, like somebody had pressed mute on the whole building. It was only a heartbeat, maybe less. Then the fridge kicked back on. The vent sighed. The laugh track next door snapped back into place like nothing had happened. I am not proud of what I did in that second. I froze with the microwave door open, and my first instinct was not to check the breaker, not to look out the window. It was to glance down the hallway at my bedroom door, and then, without even thinking about it, picture the space under my bed. The dark triangle between the dust ruffle and the floorboards. The place no one ever really looks at unless they have dropped something. That is what silence does to me now. It does not feel empty. It feels crowded. The hums and rattles start back up. The building goes back to being a normal building. I force myself to breathe. I sit down, open the laptop, and start this, because that one stupid second of quiet dragged me right back to the other apartment where this started. And I cannot keep pretending that time has anything to do with how far away a place feels. I will come back to that silence later. It matters more than it probably should. For now, just know this. When I tell you what we found on those cameras and what we did not find, you might understand why I would rather hear my own story read out to strangers on the internet than hear it again in my head, alone. In the 1 second every night where everything in the room decides to stop making noise at the same time. 1.2. How I ended up in that building. The year before that New Year's Eve, my life was in a place people would probably call normal. I had just turned 27. I had what my parents called a real job, and for the first time since I left home, I was not sharing a hallway bathroom with 3 other guys who never bought toilet paper. I had been bouncing between roommates and short leases since college. So when I found the 1-bedroom just off Murfreesboro Pike, it felt less like renting and more like finally getting a shape to put my life in. The apartment was in one of those big tan complexes you see from the interstate. All identical buildings with small patches of grass and a pool that looks better in the listing photos than it does in person. Mine was on the 2nd floor, at the end of a short breezeway that always smelled faintly like laundry detergent and whatever my downstairs neighbor was cooking. From the parking lot, it was just another door with a brass number screwed into fake wood. From the inside, for a while, it felt perfect. You walked into a small, open-plan space that tried very hard to be a living room and kitchen at the same time. To the right, there was a basic L-shaped counter with laminate pretending to be stone, a white stove that clicked twice before the gas caught, and a fridge that looked too big for the space. To the left, beige carpet took over from the vinyl, with just enough room for a couch, a coffee table, and a TV stand if you arranged them carefully. The walls were that anonymous off-white that always looks like it has a thin layer of dust baked into it, no matter how often you clean. A narrow hallway ran straight back from the living room. On the left, a tiny bathroom with a fan that whined like it was offended every time you flipped the switch. At the end of the hall, the bedroom, square and plain, with just enough space for a queen bed, a dresser, and Max's dog bed in the corner. The bedroom window faced the parking lot, and past that, a self-serve car wash that was open late more nights than it should have been. They had one of those old red neon open signs in the front window. At night, it glowed through my blinds in a dull pulse, like a heart that refused to sleep. If you stood in that bedroom with the blinds cracked, you could see the top half of cars pulling in and out, the occasional person hosing down a truck even in cold weather, mist hanging under the floodlights. Beyond that, if the wind was right, you could hear the low, rolling white noise of I-24, a sound that never completely stopped, only rose and fell. The place had its own orchestra of sounds. The fridge, for one, was never really silent. It did this low rumble that vibrated through the cabinets. Sometimes the compressor would kick up into a higher whine before settling down again. The building's HVAC system had a cycle you could set your watch by. The vents would sigh to life, push out air that always smelled a little bit like dust and someone else's cooking, then shut off with a soft, hollow clunk. The pipes in the walls would occasionally tick and pop, especially late at night when other units' showers switched off. At first, those sounds bothered me. After years of roommates and shared houses, actual quiet felt wrong. I work in noise. The hospital where I do IT support is a constant assault of sound. The high, sharp beeping of monitors in the distance, overhead announcements crackling through old speakers, phones ringing at nurses' stations. The break room is a weird soup of burnt coffee, microwaved leftovers, and people talking over each other. The lighting is fluorescent and unforgiving, humming faintly if you stand under the fixtures too long. Anytime I need to fix a workstation on a unit, there is always at least one TV on, always at least one patient coughing, always at least one alarm doing that insistent, panicked ring that makes your neck tense even when you know it is not your job to answer it. By comparison, the apartment's noise was small, manageable. When I came home, I would shut the door, drop my bag, and just stand there for a second, letting my ears adjust. The fridge hum, the HVAC, the dull hiss of the interstate through double-pane glass, Max's nails clicking softly on the vinyl as he came trotting up to greet me. It was almost nice. Almost. The longer I lived there, the more I started to catalog the building's sounds without meaning to. I could tell when the elevator cables engaged by the faint metallic rumble through the studs. I knew the specific scrape of the chair my upstairs neighbor liked to drag a few inches back and forth during late-night gaming sessions. I could distinguish my next-door neighbor's door closing from the unit across the hall just by the way the latch clicked. It was like learning a new language by immersion. At some point, it stopped being noticeable. It just became what home sounded like. That might be why the small things stood out when they started happening. About a month after I moved in, packages started going missing from the complex. Group emails from management warned us to be vigilant and track your deliveries. There was talk of installing better cameras over the mailroom. Around the same time, I got into a conversation at work with one of the security guys about cheap Wi-Fi cameras, and I went home that night and ordered a kit from a big box store's website. It felt like the responsible thing to do. Also, if I am being honest, it appealed to the part of my brain that likes having dashboards and live feeds and little icons that change color. I set one camera up over the front door, angled down to catch anyone coming in or out. Another went high in the living room corner, its fisheye lens taking in the couch, the coffee table, the hallway mouth, and part of the kitchen. For the bedroom, I dug out an old baby cam my sister had given me after my niece outgrew it. It was ugly and plastic, but it still connected to Wi-Fi, and I pointed it toward the bed, mostly so I could check on Max when I worked longer shifts. He is a beagle. Being dramatic is in his blood. I thought it would be cute to spy on him, curled up in a little cinnamon roll on the comforter. The cameras made me feel better. That is the embarrassing part. I told myself it was practical. Theft in the parking lot, packages disappearing, people we did not know slipping into the building behind tenants. I work with tech, I told my coworkers. I like seeing the feeds. It sounded like a joke, but there was a small, persistent knot of unease behind it that I did not examine too closely. I had this vague idea that if anything weird ever happened, I would have proof. That is the thing about cameras. You think they are going to untangle everything. You do not think about the gaps. The first odd thing was Max. Some nights, especially on weekdays when the hall was quiet, he would get up from his bed, walk over to the front door, and stand there staring at the bottom of it. His ears would be pricked, his tail low but not tucked, like he was waiting for something. Sometimes he gave one short bark, not loud, just a single warning note. I would mute the TV, listen, and hear nothing but the low buzz of the emergency light in the breezeway and the distant elevator. I would tell him to knock it off, toss him a toy, and he would eventually settle back down. Then there was the welcome mat. I had a cheap black mat with a worn-out "welcome" printed on it that I kept just outside my door. Most mornings, when I opened up to leave for work, it was in the same place. But a few times, I unlocked the deadbolt and found it skewed at an angle, like someone had stood there and twisted their foot back and forth. Once, it was pushed a good 6 inches away from the door, as if someone had nudged it aside with their shoe. I told myself it was the wind from the stairwell, or maybe my neighbor across the way had shoved past without looking. Those explanations sounded reasonable in the rush of the morning. They sound thinner now. One night, I was half asleep on the couch with the TV on low when I heard a soft metal tick at the front door. Not a knock, not the solid rap of knuckles, more like the quick, delicate tap of something against the handle. It was enough to make my eyes snap open. The fridge hummed, the TV murmured. I muted it and held my breath. For a long second, there was nothing. No footsteps in the hall, no voices. Just that emergency light buzz, faint through the door. I got up, suddenly very aware that I was in bare feet and a t-shirt, and walked to the peephole. The fisheye view showed the empty breezeway. Concrete floor, opposite door shut. The red exit sign at the end of the hall glowing like a small wound. No one there. I watched for maybe 30 seconds, saw nothing, and went back to the couch telling myself I was jumpy because of all the package theft emails. At the time, I wrote all of it off as apartment life. Old buildings make noises. Dogs react to things we cannot hear. Mats get kicked. Handles shift when the air pressure changes. If you live alone long enough, you learn to negotiate with your own nerves. You decide which sounds you're going to treat as harmless so you can sleep. Looking back, I wish I had taken those small things more seriously, but hindsight is cheap. The only hint I got that something might be off in a way my usual excuses could not cover came a few weeks before New Year's, when I was messing with the camera app on my laptop. It was 3 a.m. I was awake for no good reason, scrolling instead of sleeping. On a whim, I opened the archive on the living room camera and started clicking through motion alerts from the past week. Most of them were boring. Me coming home from work, me walking to the kitchen, Max jumping on and off the couch. Then I hit one clip that would not play right. The thumbnail was just a smear of gray and static. When I clicked it, the timestamp said 3:07 a.m. 2 nights earlier. The video stuttered. The progress bar moved, but the image was a mess of digital snow, like the camera had tried to record a storm that only existed inside its own lens. The audio was mostly a low rush. If there were any distinct sounds in there, I could not make them out. I told myself it was a glitch, cheap camera, bad connection, whatever. I deleted the alert and moved on. I did not know then that it was not the last time the cameras would fail me at exactly the moment I needed them to be clear. 3. Why I thought a New Year's party was a good idea. The funny thing is, if you looked at my calendar that month, nothing jumps out as a red flag. There is no dramatic event circled in red. No, this is where everything went wrong moment. It is just a crowded grid of shifts at the hospital, a couple of dentist reminders, bills due, and at the very end, a little NYE. I scribbled in on the 31st, like it was an afterthought. The truth is, I decided to throw that party because I did not want to admit how alone I had started to feel. The holiday season at the hospital is busy in a way that does not look dramatic from the outside. The building does not suddenly turn into a movie ER with people sprinting and shouting. It is more like this constant low-level buzz that never turns off. People get sick, people fall, families cluster in waiting rooms. The IT tickets pile up because half the staff is new or floated in from another unit, and nobody remembers their logins. I picked up extra shifts because the pay was better and because I did not have anywhere else I really needed to be. Friends I used to hang out with were posting pictures from airports and beaches, ugly Christmas sweater parties, and family dinners. My ex-girlfriend, who had moved to another state with her new job, uploaded photos of herself in front of an enormous tree at some city square I had never been to. We had broken up months before, and I told everyone, including myself, that I was over it. But there was something about scrolling through all that curated togetherness from the glow of my phone in a dark apartment that made the walls feel closer than they were. My own holiday season was a lot of fluorescent lights and the smell of antiseptic, followed by coming home to a one-bedroom that was always exactly as I had left it. The only soul excited to see me was Max, and even he seemed thrown off by how often I was gone. I do not know when the idea of hosting a New Year's Eve party first lodged itself in my brain. It came in small pieces. Someone at work said, "We should all do something this year." Someone else joked that my place was perfect for a little get-together, which was generous considering how small it was. I laughed it off at first, but the idea stuck. It started to sound less like a hassle and more like a way to prove something to myself. I had this new apartment that still smelled faintly of paint and new carpet if you caught it at the right time of day. I had been there long enough for my stuff to fill the shelves, but not long enough for anything really bad to have happened there. It felt clean, in a way I cannot explain better than that. I thought if I could pack it full of people I liked for one night and ring in the new year surrounded by noise and bodies, I could baptize the place. I could overwrite whatever creeping unease the late-night noises and camera glitches had left in the corners. So I told a few people at work I was thinking about having some folks over. The first person I invited was a guy from IT who sat 2 desks down from me, the only one I could talk to for more than 5 minutes, without both of us defaulting to ticket numbers and error codes. He was the kind of person who always had some story about his kids or his latest DIY project, and he made even slow days bearable. When I mentioned the idea, he immediately said, "Dude, yes, I am in. Can I bring my wife?" I told him, of course. That was the point, right? People. Laughter. Not sitting alone watching the ball drop with a frozen pizza. I texted an old buddy from college who still lived in town, the kind of friend you see once every few months and always swear you are going to hang out with more. He answered within a minute. "Hell yeah, I'll come through. Mind if I bring a guy from work?" I told him no problem. Just send me his name so I do not feel weird when he walks in. There was a nurse from one of the med-surg floors I had gotten semi-close to over months of fixing her computer and chatting about nothing. Nothing had ever happened there, but there was a soft, unspoken possibility that something could, someday. Inviting her felt like a small risk, a little spark I could pretend was casual. When I asked her, she smiled and said, "Maybe, if I am not dead after my shift. I might bring my roommate if that is okay." Again, I said sure, just shoot me a text with who she was bringing. I said that a lot. Just text me the names so I do not feel weird. It sounded like a joke to make it less awkward. The truth was, the idea of random strangers in my new space made my stomach twist a little. But I also did not want to be the uptight guy gatekeeping a 10-person apartment party. So I gave out the address. I told everyone the same thing. "Come around 8, bring whatever you want to drink. I will have pizza and snacks." In my head, I played the night out in a clean, simple loop. I imagined beer sweating on the coffee table, cardboard pizza boxes stacked on the counter, Times Square shimmering on the TV with the sound turned down while my own playlist filled the room. I imagined Max trotting happily from person to person, collecting dropped chips and belly rubs, finally exhausted enough to crash in a corner. I imagined my coworker from IT telling some goofy story while his wife rolled her eyes, my college buddy talking too loud, the nurse from med-surg leaning against my kitchen counter with a plastic cup in her hand, maybe staying just a few minutes after everyone else left. The picture in my mind was warm and small. The lights were low, but not dim. The noise level was just enough to keep me from ever hearing the building breathe on its own. I saw myself standing in the middle of my own living room, surrounded by people I knew, counting down from 10 with everyone else in the country, and thinking, this is it. This is what normal feels like. This is how you start a year off, right? In that little fantasy, nothing goes wrong. No one cries in the bathroom. No one gets in a fight. Nobody steals anything. Nobody stands in the doorway of my bedroom staring into the dark for too long. The night winds down naturally. People leave with hugs and promises they will do it again. I wash dishes. I fall asleep on the couch with Max on my feet and the TV murmuring some late-night rerun. That is the version of the story I was trying to build. When I said yes to every, "Can I bring someone?" that came my way. When people texted, "Hey, is it cool if my cousin comes?" Or, "My friend might swing by, that okay?" I told them all the same thing. "Yeah, man, the more the merrier. Just let me know who's coming so I'm not awkward when they walk in." Some of them sent names. Some said they would and forgot. I shrugged it off. I did not write down any of those names. I did not make a list. It did not feel important. It was just a small apartment gathering, not a wedding. I told myself I would recognize everyone as they came in, or at least I would recognize who they came with. I thought, worst case scenario, if someone was weird or made a mess, I could pull a friend aside later and say, "Hey, your guy was out of line," and that would be the end of it. If I had kept the guest list tighter, if I had actually checked who walked through my door and who did not, if I had paid attention to the people who slipped into the edges of the room instead of assuming every face belonged to somebody I trusted, I probably would not be writing this now. You can probably feel where this is going, somewhere in the hours of footage from that night, in between the familiar faces and the stupid drinking games and the blurry cheers at midnight. There is a man whose name I have never learned. A man none of my friends will claim. A man I have only really seen clearly in slow motion, on a screen. This story is mostly about him, about what he did in my bedroom while everybody else was drunk and yelling Happy New Year in my living room. 2.1 The hospital days leading up to it. In the days right before New Year's Eve, nothing in my life looked like the beginning of a horror story. If you zoomed in on that week and froze any random hour, it would look like 100 other weeks I have had at the hospital. Humming machines, flickering monitors, people in scrubs moving faster than they should have to. The only hint of anything different was the way the calendars on the walls all ran out of days at the same time. It was the last week of December, a couple of days before the 31st. On my side of things, IT support, the end of the year mostly meant weird ticket spikes at odd times. New hires trying to log in for the first time. Old accounts expiring because someone forgot to renew a credential. People switching shifts, accessing systems they had not touched in months. All of that lands in our queue, eventually. The hospital has its own soundtrack that you stop hearing until you pay attention. That week, it felt louder. Somewhere beyond the double doors of the IT office, there was always at least one monitor doing that high, steady beeping that never quite blends into the background. Every so often, the overhead intercom would crackle to life with a code or a page, the kind of flat, disembodied voice that makes every conversation in the hallway pause for half a second. The air smelled like it always does in late December, a mix of disinfectant, plastic, and the bitter edge of overused coffee grounds. Our break room is a windowless box with buzzing fluorescent lights, a fridge that is somehow always both too empty and full of things nobody will claim, and a drip coffee maker older than some of the new nurses. The pot sits on a hot plate so long the coffee turns into something more like medicine. People drink it anyway. That week, there were half-deflated strings of tinsel taped to the cabinets, a crooked paper snowman someone's kid had colored and stuck on the fridge door, and a stack of styrofoam cups with Happy Holidays printed in cursive red letters like that would make anything taste better. I spent a lot of time in that box between tickets, hunched over my phone, pretending to scroll through nothing important. Big plans for New Year's? One of the other IT guys asked me 3 or 4 days before the party. He was leaning back in his chair, badge swinging from his neck, eyes half closed like he was already halfway into his vacation. Nothing big, I said, and I remember the words exactly because I had rehearsed them. Couple people coming over, beer, frozen pizza, low maintenance. He grinned. First New Year's in the new place, right? That is a milestone, man. Yeah, I said. Something like that. Someone else at the table turned around with their reheated lunch. Wait, you're hosting? Look at you, Mr. Adult. She stabbed at her food with a plastic fork. Can I invite myself? I laughed. If you really want to spend your New Year's Eve in a one-bedroom staring at my dog, sure. Just tell me who you're bringing so I do not freak out when they walk through my door. That became my line. I said it again a few hours later on the third floor, while I was crouched next to a nurse's station computer, trying to coax a stubborn login screen into behaving. The monitor bathed my hands in cold, bluish light, and behind me, someone's chart printer whirred occasionally like it was clearing its throat. The nurse whose account I was fixing was one of the people I actually liked talking to. She leaned on the counter, sipping coffee from a paper cup, watching me type. "You working New Year's Eve?" I asked, more to fill the space than anything. "Half a night," she said, making a face. "I get off at 10 if they do not guilt me into staying longer." "You?" "Off," I said. "Miracle scheduling. I am having some folks over. First time. We will see how it goes." Her eyebrows went up. "Look at you." Then teasingly, "Do I get an invite or is this a VIP thing? I can pretend to be impressed." "You can come," I said, feeling my face heat in a way I hoped did not show under the monitor glow. "Seriously, nothing big, just beer and pizza, Times Square on mute. Bring whoever, just text me who you're dragging with you, so I am not weird about it." She smiled over her cup. "Deal. If I can stay awake after my shift, I might swing by. I have a roommate who loves an excuse to drink warm champagne." "Warm is all I can afford," I said. The login finally took. The screen changed. "You're good." She thanked me and went back to her patients, and I went back to my little cubicle near the back stairwell, where the walls buzzed and the air was always a few degrees colder than the rest of the hospital. My inbox filled and emptied. Tickets opened and closed. Between calls and emails and pages, the idea of the party sat in the back of my head like a screensaver. Every time I thought about the apartment, I pictured it full instead of quietly humming to itself. From the outside, looking at those days, you would not see anything strange. I got up, went to work, cracked a few jokes, complained about the coffee, invited people over. I was, by all visible measures, an ordinary guy planning an ordinary night. The first time I remember feeling that something was off, it was not in the hospital at all. It was when I came home one evening after a late shift. The sky was already black by the time I turned off Murfreesboro Pike into the apartment complex, headlights gliding over the rows of cars. The self-serve car wash across the way was still open, the red neon open sign throwing a dull glow over wet concrete. Someone in a hoodie sprayed down a pickup, water vapor rising around them like steam. I parked where I always did, under a flickering pole light, and sat for a minute with the engine off, listening to the tick of cooling metal. The night was the usual winter mix. The low white noise of I-24, occasional distant honk, the muffled slam of a dumpster lid somewhere behind the buildings. Nothing out of place. Inside the stairwell, my footsteps echoed more than I remembered. The emergency light at the top buzzed faintly. I climbed to the second floor, key already in my hand. Max's small barks muted and eager on the other side of the thin door. I slid the key into the lock, turned it, felt the familiar give of the deadbolt. When I pushed the door open and stepped inside, everything stopped. It is hard to explain this without sounding like I am exaggerating, but I swear every sound in that apartment cut out at the exact same moment. The fridge, which is usually a constant presence, went dead mid-hum. The soft rush from the ceiling vent above the couch cut off like someone had pinched a hose. Even the muffled hiss from the highway seemed to drop away, leaving a flat, heavy quiet in its place. The only noise was the tiny click of the door shutting behind me and Max's claws scrambling on the vinyl as he ran up, then hesitated, tail wagging uncertainly. I stood there with my hand still on the knob, half bent to greet him, feeling this strange pressure in my ears, the way you do in an elevator that has just started moving. It only lasted a second, maybe less. Then the building exhaled. The fridge compressor kicked back on. Air began moving through the vent again. A car down in the lot honked twice. Sound rushed in so fast I almost laughed. Perfect timing, I muttered to myself, rubbing Max's head. You dramatic little punk. I told myself it was just dumb luck. The cycles of all those machines lining up by chance with me opening the door. It is not like the building has a brain, and even if it did, why would it choose that moment to hold its breath? I shook it off. I threw my keys in the bowl by the door, dropped my bag on the floor, and did all the normal things you do when you get home. Feed the dog, kick off your shoes, check your phone. The weird 1-second silence got filed away in the same dusty mental folder as the off-kilter welcome mat and the 3 a.m. camera glitch. Things I did not have energy to be bothered by. Sitting here now, miles away in a different apartment, I wish that second had not made such an impression on me. It would be easier if it had faded into everything else that happened that week. But it stuck, like a seed lodged under the skin. Because after I moved, after police reports and meetings with building management and long, sleepless nights replaying footage, the same thing started happening here. Different fridge, different HVAC unit, different building, different layout, different everything. And still, sometimes when I step through the door or stand up from the couch or turn off the TV, there will be this moment where all of it cuts out. No hum, no rush, no hallway plumbing, just a solid, heavy wall of silence, like the whole place is listening. I know what a coincidence is. I know equipment cycles line up. I know that if you are jumpy enough, you can turn anything into an omen. I tell myself it is nothing all the time. I could walk you through the math of it, talk about power draws and staggered relays and whatever else makes it seem small and mechanical. But knowing something in your head is different from feeling it in your chest. Every time it happens now, even for that one stupid second, my body does the same thing. My shoulders tense, my jaw tightens, and my eyes drift, whether I want them to or not, toward the bedroom door and the thin sliver of darkness under the frame, as if some part of me is still standing in that other apartment, on that other night, waiting to find out what was listening in the quiet. 2.2. Errands, Kroger, beer, and an unlocked door. 2 days before New Year's Eve, I did something that, at the time, felt so harmless and domestic that I almost took a picture of it for social media. I left work early, not by much, maybe an hour. The hospital was quiet in that lull between Christmas and New Year's, when half the staff is on vacation and the other half is too tired to start new projects. My boss glanced at the ticket queue, saw that it was mostly low-priority stuff, and told me, "Go home, beat traffic. We will survive without you for one evening." So I swiped my badge out, walked through the automatic doors into the cold, and for once in a long time felt like I had the day in front of me instead of behind me. It was just coming up on dusk when I pulled onto Murfreesboro Pike. The sky had that low, heavy cloud cover that turns everything the same shade of dull blue, and the first headlights were starting to burn streaks into it. The road was busy but not clogged, cars bunching and stretching like a slow tide. On either side, the usual strip of life. Fast food places with their fluorescent menus glowing like altars, a discount tobacco shop with a flickering sign, a pawn shop, a place that sold used tires stacked in tall black towers near the fence. Kroger sat in a big cracked parking lot between a nail salon and a pharmacy, its sliding doors opening and closing with a tired whoosh. I parked a little farther out than I needed to, more out of habit than courtesy, and stepped out into the chill. My breath puffed white in the air. Shopping carts clanged together as someone dragged a chain of them back to the entrance. Inside, the store's heat hit me in a wave along with the smell of bread, fryer oil, and that weird waxy scent that comes from too many displays of holiday candles. The fluorescent lights were so bright, it felt like stepping into a different time of day. Music played softly from hidden speakers, something upbeat and forgettable. The aisles were full of people in thick coats pushing carts, scanning lists on their phones. Kids trailing behind, asking for cereal or candy. In the freezer aisle, cold mist spilled out each time someone opened a door, fogging up the glass. A toddler nearby started crying when his mother rolled past the ice cream and did not stop. I grabbed a cart and started the mental checklist I had been building for days. Beer first. I am not picky, but some of my friends pretend to be. So I grabbed a 12-pack of something domestic and cheap for the people who just wanted to drink, and a 6-pack of a slightly more expensive craft IPA for the one guy who always comments on flavor profiles. Cheap champagne next. 2 bottles with foil that felt thin under my fingers, labels promising sparkling wine and nothing more. They would be warm and flat by midnight. Nobody was going to care. The frozen section was a wall of boxes all shouting for attention in bright colors. I picked 3 large frozen pizzas, the kind that claim family size, even though they barely feed 2 hungry adults. Pepperoni, supreme, and 1 plain cheese in case anyone was picky. A bag of frozen mozzarella sticks somehow fell into the cart. Garlic bread sticks. I told myself I would cook all of it, and secretly knew I would forget at least one thing in the oven until the edges burned. In the chips aisle, I loaded up like every sitcom dad on a snack run. Big bags of tortilla chips, ridged potato chips, a jar of cheap salsa, a tub of queso that came in a plastic container sweating under the lights, a container of store-brand onion dip, a package of cookies from the bakery section, purely because they were there and I was hungry. There was something almost cozy about it, walking the aisles with a cart that got heavier as I went, my shopping list made up of things nobody really needs. It felt like I was building proof that something good was going to happen in that apartment, piling comfort into plastic bags, one impulse buy at a time. At the self-checkout, the machine greeted me in a synthetic voice, instructed me to scan my Kroger card. Items piled up on the tiny bagging platform until it complained and asked me to remove them. A line formed behind me and then dissolved as people picked different lanes. I swiped my card, tapped through the prompts, and walked back out into the evening carrying more plastic sacks than I could comfortably manage in one trip. By then, the sun was gone completely. The parking lot was lit by tall poles with yellow sodium bulbs that made everything look a little sick. A thin layer of frost had begun to form on the windshields of cars that had been sitting for a while, turning glass into hazy mirrors. My breath fogged as I hurried to the car, bags cutting into my fingers. Back at the apartment complex, the lot was fuller than usual. More people home because of the holidays. More cars clustered under the dim lights. I pulled into my usual spot and killed the engine. The building loomed in front of me, its stairwells glowing faintly through rectangular windows. Somewhere, a dog barked twice and then stopped. I hooked as many bag handles over my arms as I could, the plastic stretching alarmingly under the weight of bottles and frozen food, and started the awkward trek toward my building. The cold bit at my ears. The sidewalk was slightly slick where a thin skin of ice had formed in the low spots. My keys were in my pocket, but my hands were full, so I had to shuffle up the stairwell and bump the entrance door open with my shoulder, catching it with my foot as it shut behind me. The stairwell had its own smell: concrete dust, cleaning chemicals, a faint underlying hint of old smoke. The emergency light at the top buzzed steadily. I climbed to the second floor, arms burning a little, and repeated the same maneuver at my apartment door. Key in, twist, push with my knee, wedge it open with my foot so I could angle myself through without dropping everything. Inside, the warm air hit me, along with Max's nails scrabbling on the floor as he came charging toward the sound of the door. I set the bags down on the kitchen floor with a relieved exhale, plastic crackling, glass clinking dully. Max jumped once, then ran to the door, sniffing at the gap where it sat a few inches open behind me. I know. More food for you to beg for," I said, half to him, half to myself. I made the first run back down to the car light. Just a few more bags, another case of soda, a bag of ice I had almost forgotten about, and a pack of cheap plastic cups I had grabbed near the front. The door to my apartment stayed propped, my key left in the inside lock. The warm, yellow-lit rectangle of my living room visible from the stairwell as I moved up and down. The last trip was the careless one. I told myself I would only be gone a minute. I had already made 2 runs without incident. The building felt dead quiet. No one was in the stairwell, no one in the breezeway. I left the apartment door not just unlocked, but ajar, the latch resting against the strike plate without engaging. Light spilled from the living room into the hallway, a thin wedge on the worn carpet. Max stood just inside the doorway, front paws on the threshold, nose up, sniffing the cooler air from the corridor. His body language was different this time, less excited, more alert. His tail was not wagging. A low sound vibrated in his throat, not quite a growl, but not nothing. "Stay," I told him, pointing to the floor, as if a word could override whatever his instincts were telling him. He did not move forward, but he did not back away either. I went down the stairs, footsteps thudding, keys jingling, leaving my home open behind me. The whole thing, from apartment to car and back, took maybe 2 minutes. If you timed it on the footage, and I have, it is a span of just over 120 seconds. Long enough to walk down, open the trunk, grab the last bag, close it, and climb back up. Long enough for the emergency light to buzz overhead, for the elevator somewhere else in the building to ding faintly, for someone's TV behind a closed door to leak a burst of laughter into the hall. Long enough for another set of footsteps to move where I could not see. When I came back up, Max was still in the doorway, but he had backed up a little, his body angled sideways, as if he was trying to watch both me and the empty hallway beyond. His ears were up. The low sound in his chest was a little louder. "Hey," I said, injecting more cheer into my voice than I felt as I brushed past him. "Relax. Nobody wants your food. Yet." I nudged the door fully open with my hip, stepped inside, and out of habit more than conscious thought, reached back to twist the deadbolt until it clicked. I did not look through the peephole. I did not lean out into the breezeway to see if anyone else was there. The hall sounded normal, the soft buzz of the emergency light, a distant thump from somewhere below, the muffled echo of a commercial on someone's television. The kinds of sounds you forgive without thinking. I put the last of the groceries on the counter and started unloading them as Max circled my feet, hoping something would drop. In my memory, that evening stays lit by the kitchen fixture and the pale glow from the window. Perfectly ordinary. It is only now, with the benefit of all the video I have watched and rewatched, that I can tell you exactly what that gap was. Those 2 minutes with my door open, the time it took me to trust a quiet hallway, and my own bad sense of nothing ever happens here. That is the precise window the front camera later shows a man I have never met slipping into my apartment, like he had been waiting for the opportunity the whole time. 2.3. The strange knock that was not a knock. The night before, the party felt like the calm before something, but at the time I thought that something was just a hangover and a messy living room. It was December 30th. The hospital had let out early again, and I had spent most of the afternoon doing the kind of cleaning you only bother with when other people are going to see your place. I vacuumed the living room, dragging the cheap machine back and forth until the carpet showed those neat little lines that make you feel like you have your life together. I wiped down the kitchen counters, scrubbing away invisible smudges left by spilled coffee and microwave dinners. I rearranged chairs, trying to figure out how to make a small room look like it could comfortably hold more than 4 people at a time. The TV was on low in the background, tuned to some network already running New Year's specials. A host with 2 white teeth was standing in a studio decorated with fake snow and glitter, talking about the biggest moments of the year, while clips of concerts and movie premieres flashed behind him. The sound was turned down enough that his voice was just a murmur, rising and falling like he was narrating my vacuuming. Max trotted after me as I moved from room to room, his tags jingling softly. He would sniff at the vacuum nervously when I passed, then retreat to a safe distance. Every so often, he would break away from his orbit around me and walk to the mouth of the hallway, staring down toward the bedroom door. His body would go still, ears forward, like he was waiting for something to move down there. When I called his name, he would look back at me, then return to my side. But his eyes kept drifting to that dark strip of floor. I noticed it, and I did what most people do when a dog acts like it sees something you do not. I made a joke and kept moving. By the time it got properly dark outside, the apartment looked as good as it was going to. The trash had been taken out. The bathroom sink was clean. The dishes were at least hidden in the dishwasher instead of stacked accusingly in the sink. I had lined up plastic cups and paper plates on the counter like I was expecting a much bigger crowd than what I had invited, but it made me feel prepared. I was in the living room, straightening a stack of coasters on the coffee table for no real reason, when I heard the sound. It was tiny. If the TV had been any louder, I would have missed it. It was not a knock. A knock has that dull, hollow thump of knuckles on wood, a human rhythm to it. This was a quick, sharp tap, metallic, like the edge of something lightly striking the door handle. I froze with a coaster in my hand, head tilted toward the front door. For a second, I thought I imagined it. Then it came again. A single, precise tick right at the level of the latch. Not urgent, not repeated. Just testing, almost. I reached for the remote and muted the TV. The apartment shrank around the silence. The fridge, which usually filled the background with a low hum, seemed to have chosen that exact moment to cycle down. The steady rush from the vent above the couch faded. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears, and under that, the faint, breathy hiss from the highway beyond the window. Max's head snapped up. He was on the rug, chewing lazily on a toy, but now he stood, body tight, gaze locked on the door. A soft growl started somewhere deep in his chest, rising almost imperceptibly. I did not move at first. It is strange how long you can stand perfectly still in your own living room when you are listening for something that may or may not be there. The door was just a few feet away. The small brass knob gleamed dimly in the light from the kitchen. Nothing moved. After a moment that felt longer than it probably was, I walked over. The peephole on that door had the same fisheye effect as every cheap apartment peephole in the world. When I pressed my eye to it, the hallway stretched and bowed around the edges, the straight lines of the walls curving slightly. The breezeway outside was lit by a single long fluorescent tube at the far end, the glow tinted green by the exit sign that hung above the stairs. There was no one there. The carpeted corridor was empty. The door across from mine was shut, its security bar still wedged in place. Farther down, the metal fire door to the stairwell was closed. Nothing moved. The only sound was the faint buzz of the fluorescent light and, far off, a distant rumble that could have been the elevator or a rolling laundry cart. I stayed there longer than I needed to, looking left and right, as if a person might materialize in the far corners if I stared hard enough. Max made another low noise behind me. I felt ridiculous and weirdly exposed, peering out into an empty hall like a character in a movie right before the jump scare. Except there was nobody to jump out at me. No sudden music sting, just that heavy, slightly stale smell of apartment air that had passed through too many vents. A hint of detergent from the laundry room down the hall, cooking from someone's kitchen, and underneath it, old dust. After another slow scan, I let out a breath I did not realize I had been holding and slid the chain lock aside. I opened the door halfway, the hall light bleeding into my living room. The corridor looked even more ordinary from that angle. The carpet was worn in the center, flattened where countless feet had passed. Someone had dropped a bit of lint or thread near the baseboard. The exit sign glowed its steady, institutional green. I heard the elevator then, a low mechanical groan followed by a soft ding somewhere below, and what might have been a muffled television commercial bleeding through a door. "Hello?" I called out, hating how uncertain my voice sounded. It came out too quiet, swallowed by the padded walls. No answer, no footfalls, no quickly retreating silhouette. I stepped one foot into the hallway, leaned over the railing to peek toward the stairwell. Empty. The air felt a few degrees colder out there, the hum of the building louder, echoing slightly off the concrete. It occurred to me that if anyone had been standing right up against my door, they could have been out of sight in either direction within 2 or 3 steps. But there was no one. I went back inside and closed the door, the latch sliding into place with a small, tidy click. I engaged the deadbolt, feeling the familiar resistance as it turned, and stood there for another beat, listening. The fridge picked that moment to kick back into life with a soft thunk. The vent over the couch exhaled. The TV screen threw silent motion into the room. Probably the building shifting, I told Max, like he had asked for an explanation. He stayed near the door, muscles still tense, tail low. Weird noise, that's all. I picked up the remote from the coffee table to turn the volume back up and frowned. There were supposed to be 2 remotes sitting there, one for the TV, one for the streaming device. I could have sworn I had left them side by side, parallel in that neat, unconscious way you line things up when you are alone too much. Now there was only one. I checked under a magazine, then between the couch cushions, then under the edge of the coffee table. Nothing. It was not a big deal, but the timing made my skin itch. "Did you take it?" I asked Max, even though he had never cared about remotes in his life. He blinked at me. I gave up and decided I must have moved it without thinking. I turned the TV back up with the one remaining remote and walked into the kitchen to start making space in the fridge. Halfway through shifting bottles around on the middle shelf, I realized my phone was not in my pocket. that is normal too. You misplace your phone in your own apartment all the time. But something about the way my heart sank when my hand closed on nothing was not normal. I checked the counter, the coffee table, the arm of the couch. For a few seconds that felt much longer, I could not find it anywhere in the living room. When I finally spotted it, it was sitting by the sink, screen dark, face down on the cold laminate. I had no memory of putting it there. I stood in the doorway and tried to rewrite the last hour in my head, telling myself I must have grabbed it absent-mindedly when I walked through, set it down without noticing. Distracted, I said out loud to no one. You have been walking around in circles all night. Of course you forgot where you put one thing. The explanation sat in my mouth like something too big to swallow, but I forced it down. I picked up the phone, slipped it back into my pocket, and went on wiping counters that were already clean, rearranging chairs that did not need rearranging. Max drifted away from the door eventually, but he did not lie all the way down. He stayed in the middle of the room, halfway between me and the hallway, ears flicking at sounds I could not hear. At the time, that was the end of it. A weird little moment, an empty hall, a misplaced remote, a phone I did not remember moving. If this was any other kind of story, that would have been the last time I thought about it. But months later, sitting in front of my laptop in a different kitchen, I pulled up the archived camera feed from that exact night and scrolled to the timestamp that lined up with the metallic tap I remembered. I wanted to prove to myself that it had been nothing, that somewhere in that grainy fish-eye view of my front door, there would be a late-night delivery guy or a neighbor's kid playing around. The clip loaded. The hallway appeared, lit in that familiar green-tinted glow. The timer started counting. For a moment, everything looked normal. My closed door, the opposite unit, the exit sign's steady glow. Then the picture froze. Not for long, just for a heartbeat. A flicker, 2 seconds of static and smeared pixels, like someone had dragged their finger across the video while it was recording. The audio dipped into a flat, empty hush and then snapped back. When the image cleared, the hall was exactly as it had been before. No one there. Nothing moving. Just the still frame of a quiet corridor outside a man's door, recorded by a camera that had decided, for reasons I will never be able to prove or disprove, to look away for a moment right when I heard something on the other side. 3.1. Morning, calm, and final setup. New Year's Eve. Morning started the way most good days trick you. Quietly, gently, like it is trying not to disturb anything. I woke up earlier than I needed to, lying on my back in that half-dead, half-alert state where your body knows it is morning, but your brain is still negotiating. The blackout curtains in my bedroom were doing their best, but thin lines of gray light slipped around the edges and painted faint borders on the walls. The room was cold enough that I could see my breath if I exhaled slowly. Under the hum of sleep, the familiar faint buzz of the fridge filtered down the hallway, a steady bass note I had stopped really hearing until then. Max was at the foot of the bed, snoring softly, paws twitching as if he was chasing something in his dreams. Every few breaths he made this tiny whuffing sound, more air than bark. I stayed there for a minute, listening to him and the apartment and the outside world all sharing space without competing. For once, the building did not creak. The upstairs neighbor was quiet. The hallway beyond my door might as well not have existed. Eventually, the piece of my brain that remembers dates turned on, and the thought floated up. It's today. New Year's Eve. The night I had been rehearsing in my head for weeks. The night my apartment would not just be my apartment. It would be a backdrop. I rolled out of bed, feet hitting the cold floor, and shuffled to the window. When I pulled the curtain aside, the world outside was the color of wet cement. The sky was a low, unbroken gray lid, pressing everything down. A fine drizzle tapped at the glass, spidering out into tiny streaks before sliding slowly downward. In the parking lot, cars were beaded with moisture, their windshields fogged in a way that blurred their shapes. The car wash across the way looked almost abandoned, the red neon "open" sign still glowing stubbornly against the gloom, even though nobody in their right mind would be out there hosing down a truck in this kind of cold. I made coffee in the small, rattling machine on my counter, the cheap kind you buy in bulk that always tastes faintly like cardboard and ash. The smell spread through the kitchen anyway, familiar enough to be comforting. I poured a mug, wrapped my hands around the heat, and for no real reason other than habit and a thread of anxiety, I opened my laptop and pulled up the camera feeds. The front door view showed the same empty hallway it always did at this hour. Beige walls, carpet, the opposite unit's door, the exit sign at the far end casting that weird green tint over everything. No movement, no shadows. The living room camera showed the couch, the coffee table, the blank TV screen reflecting the window's gray light. The bedroom baby cam showed a rumpled bed and Max's warm body still stretched across the foot of it. Nothing out of place. The timeline bar had a few thin marks from the night. Me getting up to use the bathroom, Max jumping off the bed and back on. But no unknown movement, no glitches, no corrupted blocks. For a few minutes, sipping my coffee and watching myself move around in slightly delayed, wide-angle perspective, I actually felt safe. Like I had built a little bubble with walls that I could see through in every direction. The rest of the morning passed in small, practical tasks that felt bigger because they were all in service of the night. I started with the fridge, pulling the door open and feeling that brief whoosh of cold air on my face. I lined up the beers I had bought on the bottom shelf, bottles and cans cold against my fingers, labels facing out like I was stocking a display. The cheap champagne went in the door rack, necks clinking dully as they settled. On the counter, I arranged plastic cups in towers, red and clear stacked together. Paper plates went into a neat pile. I opened the pantry and pulled out bags of chips, leaning them artistically against each other on the small table I had declared the snack station. Salsa and queso sat unopened but ready, side by side like they had a role to play. I tested the Bluetooth speaker twice even though it did not need it. First with a random song, just to hear the bass thunk off the living room walls. Then I pulled up the playlist I had built for the party. Nothing special, just a mix of songs everybody knows well enough to hum along to without thinking. The sound filled the room, bounced down the hallway, curled around the corners. For a second, it transformed the space. With music playing, it was easier to see other people in here, easier to imagine the night I wanted. On the TV, I queued up the Times Square broadcast stream and muted it. The image of the famous stage sat there, waiting, a tiny window into the celebration everyone else would be having. I told myself I would unmute it a few minutes before midnight, let the countdown sync us up with the rest of the country. It was a small, silly detail, but it felt like something a real host would do. It made my space feel less like a leftover rental and more like the setting of a proper night. Every so often, I caught myself just standing in the middle of the living room, looking around. The chairs pulled out, the couch at an angle that made conversation easy, the snack table ready, the dog bed in a corner where no one would trip over it. It looked grown up. Not like the places I had lived with sagging couches and posters pinned crooked on the wall. This looked like an adult lived here. An adult with cups and coasters and a bottle opener he could actually find. My phone kept buzzing on the counter as I worked. Group chats and individual texts, little digital threads linking my quiet apartment to lives scattered around the city. What time again? From my coworker in IT. Still 8? From my college buddy. I might be late if they keep me on the floor, but I'll try to swing by. From the nurse. Parking situation? From someone who hated parallel parking. A couple of, "Can I bring someone with me? That okay?" My response was almost a copy-paste at this point. "Yeah, that's fine. Just make sure they're chill." Sometimes I added a smiley face to smooth it out. Nobody actually followed through with the names like I had asked days ago. If they remembered, they did not bother. If they forgot, they did not think it mattered. Standing there, reading those messages, it did not feel like a big deal. I was not inviting strangers off the street. I was inviting friends who would bring their people. My apartment did not feel like something that could be infiltrated. It felt like a place I was finally filling to the edges with noise and warmth on purpose. The building itself wore a kind of holiday hush. There were fewer footsteps in the hallway than usual, fewer doors slamming. Most of the people who lived near me either had gone out of town or, like me, were settling in to wait for the night. Somewhere down the hall, I heard a brief burst of laughter from behind a closed door, followed by the muffled rise and fall of a TV turned up too loud. Someone above me dragged what sounded like a heavy chair a few inches, and then stopped. In between those little spikes of sound, there were longer stretches where the building felt like it was holding its breath. That was when I started noticing it more. I do not know how else to describe it except to say that sometimes, when I stood in the middle of the living room, every noise in the apartment would decide to stop at once. The fridge would cut off mid-hum. The vent would fall silent. Even the distant hiss of the highway seemed to thin out. It left this thick, unnatural stillness hanging in the air, a 1-second pause so complete it made the hair on my arms lift. Each time it ended before I could fully process it. A click, a whir, the rush of air starting again. Maybe it was just the rhythms of aging appliances syncing up by accident, power cycles overlapping. That is what I told myself. Old building, I would murmur, half amused, half annoyed at my own sensitivity. You're fine. But each time it happened, I found myself glancing, just for a heartbeat, down the hallway toward the bedroom, toward the closed door and the thin strip of darkness at the bottom. It was never more than a flick of my eyes, a tiny betrayal of what I was really thinking. Then I would shake it off, turn the music up a notch, or clatter something in the kitchen to fill the space. Looking back, there is one text from that afternoon that sticks to the side of my memory like gum. At the time, it barely registered. It was from my college buddy around 5 or so, when the sky outside was just starting to tip toward evening. "Might be a little late, traffic is insane," he wrote. "Save me some pizza." I sent back something like, "No worries, just get here when you can," with a dumb emoji. I remember glancing at the time, mentally shifting his arrival a bit, adjusting my idea of when the living room would start to fill. What I did not know then, what I would only find out later, hunched over my laptop with the living room camera footage playing in sickly wide angle, was that by the time that message popped up on my screen, the front door camera had already recorded someone stepping into my apartment. Someone who did not knock. Someone who did not wait for me to open the door. At that point in the story, though, I was just a guy moving plastic cups around on a table, humming along to a song half under his breath. convinced that the only thing coming into his life that night were people he knew, or at least recognized. 3-2. When the first guest arrived, or so I thought. By the time the sky outside had turned from flat gray to the kind of dark that eats shapes, my apartment had shifted from quiet to waiting. It was a little after 7:30 when the first buzz came through. The building did not have individual intercoms, just a generic door-open button system that called my phone. When the screen lit up with the complex's number, my stomach did a small flip that felt disproportionate to what was actually happening. I wiped my hands on my jeans, hit the button to unlock the front entrance, and told myself to stop acting like I was about to go on stage. A few seconds later, I heard it. Footsteps on the hall carpet outside. That muted thump, thump, thump of rubber soles on padding. Voices low at first, then clearer as they got closer. A laugh. The unmistakable rhythm of people doing that last bit of conversation before the door opens. Max heard them too. He trotted to the door, tail whipping in short, excited arcs, nails ticking on the vinyl. For a moment, we both stood there, listening to my own doorknob rattle faintly as someone on the other side shifted their weight. Then the knock. A real knock this time. Firm, friendly, 3 beats. I opened the door to a rush of cold air and a small cloud of breath from my coworker, Matt, and his girlfriend, Lisa. Their cheeks were pink from the outside, noses a little red, bundled in coats that still smelled like winter. Matt held up a 6-pack as if he was presenting a trophy. "Host with the most," he said, grinning. "Happy almost New Year," Lisa added, stepping in so Max could enthusiastically assault her shins. Behind them, the hallway stretched back to the exit sign, empty. For a second, I scanned it out of habit, then stepped aside to let them in. "Shoes off or on?" Matt asked, already bending to untie his. "I gave up on that battle," I said. "Do what you want. Just don't slip and die. I'm not filling out that incident report." They laughed, and just like that, the apartment felt less like a stage and more like a place where things were actually happening. Coats went on the back of a chair. Beers clinked into the fridge. The Bluetooth speaker got turned up a notch. Lisa complimented the place in the polite, slightly surprised way people do when they expected less. "Seriously," she said, looking around. "This is nice. You have like furniture and everything." "Yeah, I'm a real boy," I said. "Watch me host." Not long after that, my phone buzzed again with the building's number. Another press of the unlock button. Another set of footsteps on the hall carpet. This time it was my college buddy Aaron, with a guy I had never met before in a puffy jacket and a baseball cap tilted back on his head. "Dude," Aaron said, pulling me into a quick hug that smelled like cheap cologne and cold air. "Place looks good. This is Tyler from my new job. He's cool." Tyler lifted the hand that was not carrying an overstuffed plastic bag of snacks. "Hey man, thanks for having me." "Thanks for coming," I said, meaning it more than he probably realized. "Dump that on the table, we'll pretend we're adults who planned this." Names layered quickly. Tyler got half introduced to Matt in the kitchen. Lisa learned his name from the bag of chips he put down, rather than from anyone saying it out loud. Within 3 minutes, everyone was talking about something else. The edges between who came with whom started to blur. That is how apartment parties happen. People do not enter in clean, separated lines. They arrive in overlapping waves. The hallway buzzer went off twice in 10 minutes. A nurse from the 3rd floor I barely knew well enough to hug arrived with her roommate in tow, both of them laughing at something from the elevator. A friend of a friend knocked 5 minutes later, standing in the doorway with a bottle of wine in one hand and an apologetic look in the other. "Hey, I'm Jess," she said. "I'm with, She gestured vaguely toward the crowd behind me. "One of those idiots." "That's good enough," I told her. "Come in. Shoes optional, bad decisions mandatory." There was a lot of that. People identifying themselves by proximity instead of by name. I'm with him. I came with her. We're with them. It stitched the group together in a way that felt nice at the time. This overlapping web of connections all converging on my living room. I did not realize how impossible it would be to untangle later. Sounds started layering as bodies filled the space. The stomp of cold shoes on my entryway floor softened into socked feet on carpet. Coats rustled as they were peeled off and draped over the back of my bedroom door to be dealt with later. Laughter bounced off the walls, sharp spikes of it rising above the constant murmur of conversation and background music. Someone clinked bottles together in a mock toast over by the fridge. Max's tags jingled incessantly as he weaved between legs, snuffling at new shoes, accepting snacks he was not supposed to have. I was everywhere and nowhere at once. 1 minute I was in the kitchen, stacking pizza boxes, making sure there were enough cups. The next, I was at the living room doorway, greeting another cluster of guests stepping in from the hall. My "Hey, glad you made it" speech already worn smooth from repetition. People called my name from different corners, asking where they could put their drinks, if they could use the bathroom, if I had a bottle opener. It was around this time, somewhere between the second and third waves of arrivals, that I saw him. I was standing near the kitchen, hand on the fridge door, half listening to Matt tell a story about someone trying to fax a selfie to a cardiologist, when my eyes drifted automatically toward the hallway. It is funny what your brain notices when you are not consciously paying attention. He was leaning against the wall a couple of feet from the entrance to the hall, in that spot where the carpet from the living room meets the slightly darker carpet of the corridor. Tall, thin, shoulders a little hunched, but not in a way that looked anxious. More like he had learned over time to fold himself into smaller spaces. A dark baseball cap pulled low enough that the brim cast a shadow over his eyes. Gray t-shirt, faded jeans, sneakers that had seen better days. He was not talking. He was not on his phone. He was not exactly avoiding people either. He just stood there, watching the room like he was waiting for a cue. From the angle, I could not see his whole face, but what I could see did not look out of place. Early 30s, maybe younger, maybe older. One of those faces that could belong to anybody. For a second, our eyes almost met. Not fully, more like his gaze skimmed past me, quick and weightless, then shifted to something else. I opened my mouth to ask, "Hey, you good?" Or the more important question, "Who'd you come with?" But Lisa shouted my name from the snack table, asking where I kept the extra napkins, and I turned toward her instead. By the time I glanced back, the crowd had shifted. Someone had moved into the space where he had been standing. The hallway entrance was just a mouth again, a square of darker air leading back to the bedroom and bathroom. I wrote it off as nothing. People move. Parties flow. As the night went on, I caught glimpses of him in other places. A quick flash of the gray t-shirt near the balcony door, looking out at the parking lot while someone else slid the glass shut behind him. The curve of the cap brim just visible over the top of someone's head as they sat on the arm of the couch. A reflection in the TV screen, distorted and fleeting, that might have been him or might have been 3 other people stacked in an accidental reflection. Every time my brain supplied an easy explanation. That's probably Aaron's coworker. Maybe he came with the nurse's roommate. Could be somebody's cousin. The whole point of saying yes to plus ones was that there would be faces I did not know. That was the deal. I told myself that if he was weird enough to matter, somebody would lean over and whisper, "Hey, who is that guy?" And then we would all laugh and chalk it up to a misunderstanding. Nobody did. If anything, people did the opposite. They leaned into the convenience of assuming. "You know him, right?" I heard once, shouted over the music. "He's your friend," from another corner. "He came with you," tossed back the other way. The stranger became a kind of emotional hot potato, passed from group to group without anyone holding on to the responsibility of owning him, and I was busy. There were pizzas to rotate in and out of the oven, checking to make sure I did not burn them, drinks to refill, music to adjust when the room got too loud. Someone spilled beer near the hallway, and I had to grab paper towels, bending down to blot it up before it seeped under the baseboard. Every small crisis pulled my attention in a new direction. That is the thing about hosting. You stop being a person and become a series of tasks. There was a moment, maybe around 8, when I stood in the kitchen doorway and took stock. My living room was full of people, some on the couch, some on the floor, some leaning against walls. They were laughing, shouting, telling stories. The TV flickered in the background with images of New York crowds I was not a part of. My playlist thumped just under the noise of actual voices. Max was in heaven, belly up between two guests who were taking turns scratching his chest. In that snapshot, I could not have picked the stranger out from the mess if you had handed me a photograph. He was just another body in a space that suddenly felt too small to examine closely. And here is the part that did not make sense until later. When I finally sat down with the camera footage from that night, scrubbing through the living room feed frame by frame with my stomach in knots, I saw him clearly at 7:32 p.m. He's standing in my hallway in that same gray t-shirt and old sneakers, cap brim shadowing his eyes. I saw him there before I saw anyone else step through my front door. The front camera, the one pointed at the hallway outside, showed my coworkers and friends arriving in groups, knocks, open door, hands clapping my shoulder as they passed. But there was no clip of him being buzzed in. No moment where he shuffled in from the cold like everyone else, cheeks pink, breath fogging. On the living room camera, he was simply there, inside, like he had been part of the apartment all along. That discrepancy will matter later. At the time, all I knew was that my night was going more or less the way I had wanted. Music, voices, the clink of bottles, the rise and fall of conversation. The apartment was filling with sound, and in all that noise, one quiet man could stand in a doorway and watch without anyone really seeing him at all. 3. The coat on my bed. That nobody owned somewhere between the second pizza coming out of the oven and somebody starting an argument about which year actually counted as the worst of their 20s. The party reached that lazy middle stretch where people stopped asking permission and started acting like the place belonged to all of us. It was warm in the apartment by then. Too many bodies in a space that size will do that. The windows had fogged slightly at the edges. The air smelled like beer, tomato sauce, cheap perfume, and dog. My Bluetooth speaker was doing its best in the corner, the bass a little distorted but still pushing through the jumble of voices. "Hey!" Someone called over the music from near the door. "Where do you want jackets? Your couch is already a disaster." I turned and saw two people I knew and one I did not shrugging out of coats, arms tangled. They were half laughing, half trying not to drop anything. "Bedroom," I said, pointing down the hallway. "Just toss them on the bed. I'll pretend I'm the kind of person who hangs things up later." They disappeared down the hall, a brief flash of their silhouettes cutting across the darker rectangle of the bedroom doorway before the light flicked on inside. Max stood in the middle of the living room, watching them go with his head tilted, ears pricked. For a second, he looked like he was about to follow. Then he stayed rooted, as if the line where the living room carpet ended and the hallway carpet began was some kind of invisible fence. I did not think much of it then. There were too many small things to juggle. Someone in the kitchen asked if they could use the oven again. Someone else yelled my name from the couch to ask where I kept my charger because their phone was threatening to die at the worst possible time. It was the life I had wanted. People needing me for dumb, simple reasons instead of for passwords and printer errors. "Charger's in my room," I shouted back toward the couch. "On the nightstand. Help yourself." A minute later, as I was sliding a pizza cutter through melted cheese at the counter, I realized my own phone was at 10%. I had been using it as a remote for the music, checking texts, glancing at the time. If it died, I would lose that thin little control panel. So I wiped my hands on a dish towel, told the group near the fridge I'd be right back, and headed down the hallway. The transition from the living room to the hall felt sharper than it should have. The air cooled by a few degrees. The music softened to a thump and echo. The voices became a blended hum behind me. The bedroom door was open, light spilling into the hallway in a clean rectangle. Inside, the bed had turned into a small mountain range of fabric. Coats and hoodies and jackets lay in uneven layers. A big navy puffer I recognized as my co-worker's. A red parka I had seen on Lisa when she came in. A black leather jacket I was pretty sure belonged to Aaron. A couple of thinner hoodies lay tossed on top, their sleeves hanging over the side of the bed. My phone charger was where I knew it would be, coiled on the nightstand like a white plastic snake. I picked it up, winding it around my hand, and that was when something about the pile of coats snagged my attention. It was not just the color. Gray is not a weird color for a coat. It was the wrong gray. Not the deep, solid gray of a hoodie or the clean slate of a new trench, but a thin, tired gray that belonged to fabric that had been washed too many times. The coat was lying half under a heavier jacket, only the top half visible. A narrow sleeve, a sliver of shoulder, the hint of a collar. I reached over and lifted it out, shaking it gently free from the rest of the pile. It was longish, but not dramatic. More like something you would throw on because you had nothing else, not as a fashion statement. The material felt cheap and slightly rough under my fingers, not wool, not anything warm enough for how cold it was outside. No brand tag on the inside collar, just a small, frayed piece of white where something had once been stitched and ripped away. The lining was a dull, darker gray, with a couple of loose threads dangling near the hem. It smelled wrong for the room. All the other coats were giving off this mix of outside air, detergent, a hint of cigarettes or perfume depending on who they belonged to. This one smelled like cold air that had never really warmed up, and under that, something chemical and sharp, like the ghost of cleaning solvent or old plastic. It was faint, but it cut through the other scents in a way that made me want to hold it farther from my face. I stood there for a moment, turning it over in my hands. I tried to picture who I had seen wearing a thin gray coat that night, or any night. No one came to mind. Everyone I remembered arriving had been bundled in thicker stuff, padded jackets and puffer coats, things appropriate for the temperature. "Whose are you?" I muttered, before realizing how insane that would sound if anyone heard me talking to a piece of clothing. I dropped the coat back onto the pile and went back to the living room, charger in hand. The room seemed louder when I stepped into it again, music and laughter hitting me in a wave. "Hey," I said to the small cluster nearest the hallway, Erin, the nurse, her roommate, and Tyler. "Whose gray coat is that on my bed?" They all looked at each other, then at me. "What gray coat?" the nurse asked. "Long, kind of thin, ugly gray," I said, making a vague gesture that could have meant anything. "No brand tag. Smells weird. One of you dumps it in there?" Erin frowned in the way people do when they are trying to rewind their memory and only getting static. "Maybe Mark's buddy?" he said. "You know, the guy with the hat? He's got that look." "Mark's buddy is wearing that black bomber," his roommate cut in. "I saw him take it off, remember? Almost knocked over your lamp." "Could be one of Rachel's friends," the nurse's roommate added with a shrug. "She came with those two girls. I don't know what they wore. I was busy not slipping on your stairs." Nobody said, "Oh, that's mine." Nobody reached for their phone like they were about to text someone to ask. The question just dissolved into the noise. Somebody made a joke about my place turning into a lost and found. Someone else asked if the pizza was ready. The moment got buried. "If anyone's missing a coat later, wave at me," I said, trying to sound casual. "Otherwise, I'm selling it on Facebook Marketplace." They laughed. The conversation shifted. I tried to let it go, but a small part of my brain filed the detail away. A coat with no owner. When I went back down the hallway a little later, Max followed me. He made it halfway, his nails scratching lightly at the carpet as he padded along behind me. But when we reached the bedroom door, he stopped dead at the threshold. His body went rigid, tail dropping but not all the way between his legs, just low and uncertain. His gaze was fixed not on the bed, not on the pile of coats, but at the narrow band of darkness under the bed frame itself. "Come on," I said, snapping my fingers and stepping into the room. "You've seen this place before." He did not move. His ears twitched at my voice, then angled forward again. The only part of him that moved was his nose, flaring slightly as he sniffed the air. "Drama queen," I muttered, more to myself than to him. I picked up one of his toys, a sad, deflated plush thing, from where it had been abandoned near the hall, and tossed it gently toward the foot of the bed. It landed just inside the room, a few inches from the line he was refusing to cross. Max's muscles bunched like he wanted to go after it. He took one step forward, toes just brushing the threshold, then stopped. His eyes flicked from the toy to the dark underside of the bed and back again. Then he backed up a full step into the hallway, making a small, frustrated sound. "Fine," I said, bending to pick up the toy myself and tossing it farther back into the hall. He pounced on it there immediately, tail wagging now that the line had been moved. I should have listened to him. I didn't. I turned away, into the bedroom. The room felt different with the party going on just a wall away. The overhead light was on, casting everything in flat, pale yellow. The hum of the fridge reached me as a soft, steady vibration in the floor. The music was reduced to a muffled thump through plaster, bass notes and occasional indistinct voices riding on top. Every laugh in the living room came through as a vague surge of sound, rising and falling. Underneath all of that, something else threaded through. A faint, irregular noise. It took me a second to separate it from the rest. A whisper of friction from somewhere below the level of the mattress. Not constant, a soft drag, then a pause. Fabric brushing against wood, like someone shifting slowly on a rough floor. I told myself it was the coats, a sleeve slipping, a zipper pressing against the headboard as the pile settled. Houses move, clothes shift. Nothing stays completely still in a room full of sound. That is what I thought as I walked over to the nightstand and plugged my phone in, the charger snapping into place with a small, comforting click. Still, curiosity made me bend at the waist and tilt my head to look under the bed. Shadows stared back. The dust ruffle hid most of the view. I had to lift it with my fingers to see anything. The space underneath was a low, dark strip broken up by the vague shapes of storage boxes I had shoved under there when I moved in. Plastic tubs full of old cables and backup hard drives, a box of winter clothes I had not unpacked. The light from the ceiling did not reach all the way, leaving the far side in a grainy gray nothingness. Nothing moved. No eyes flashed. No pale shapes scuttled away. Just stillness and the faint smell of dust and fabric softener. I let the dust ruffle fall back into place and straightened up, feeling slightly stupid for even checking. I picked up the gray coat from where it had slid toward the edge of the bed and tossed it back onto the pile with the others, smoothing it out almost apologetically. Then I turned off the bedroom light, leaving the coats in the dim half-glow from the hallway, and pulled the door most of the way shut behind me as I went back to the noise and warmth of the living room. In my memory of that night, that is the end of the coat moment. A weird extra jacket, a dog who would not come into the room, a sound I blamed on settling laundry. It slid into the larger blur of the party, one detail among hundreds. It was only later, sitting in front of the bedroom camera feed with my stomach in a knot, that I saw what happened after I left. The timestamp ticked forward by a few minutes. The room on screen looked exactly as I remembered it. The bed covered in coats. The door cracked just enough to let in a sliver of light from the hall. For a while, nothing moved. Then, from the darkness under the bed, a pale hand emerged. Fingers first, feeling blindly, then a wrist, an arm. It reached up, found the hem of the thin gray coat I had just placed on top of the pile, and with slow, deliberate care, pulled it down out of sight. 4-1. The party at its peak. By 10 o'clock, my apartment did not feel like my apartment anymore. It felt like a version of my life I had borrowed from someone else. Somebody who knew how to host, who always had people over, who never spent Friday nights pretending not to hear their own fridge. The walls that usually seemed too close had softened, pushed back by bodies and voices and the thump of music from my little Bluetooth speaker. The living room was full, not jammed to the point of discomfort, full but close. Every seat on the couch was taken. Matt with a beer balanced on his knee, Lisa curled up next to him with her feet under her. A couple of people I only vaguely knew wedged on the other end, laughing at a story that started 3 apartments ago. 2 more guests sat on the floor with their backs against the couch, plastic cups in hand, legs stretched out dangerously near the coffee table. Near the TV, someone had claimed the armchair and was holding court, telling a story about a disastrous road trip, voice rising and falling in time with their animated hands. Behind them, the TV played the Times Square broadcast on mute. Glitter, crowds, hosts in shiny jackets gesturing at a stage. It looked like a different planet. The little numbers in the corner of the screen counted down the hours and minutes like it was all heading towards something everybody understood. In the kitchen area, my small table was surrounded. Empty beer bottles and half-eaten slices of pizza competed for space with a deck of cards and a handful of quarter-crumpled napkins. 2 guys were trying to teach a drinking game to a girl who kept messing up the rules on purpose just to make them drink. She laughed, head thrown back, the sound bright and sharp. They groaned theatrically every time she accidentally broke the pattern. The snack table had been raided repeatedly. Chip bags lay half deflated, their corners crinkled, edges greasy from fingers. The onion dip had a crater down the middle where someone had dug too aggressively. Salsa dotted a napkin. Someone had moved the plastic cups into a messier cluster, as if the idea of an organized tower did not fit the chaos unfolding around it. The air was hot enough that people had rolled up their sleeves. Someone had cracked the living room window an inch to let in a razor of cold air, and it carried with it faint traces of the outside world. Car engines, a distant siren, that ever-present interstate hiss. All of it filtered through the smell of beer and tomato sauce and the sweet, slightly powdery scent of someone's perfume. Underneath it all, Max's particular dog smell, warm fur and something like corn chips, clung near the floor. He was making the rounds like a tiny four-legged host, moving from person to person with professional diligence. He nudged knees, accepted dropped crusts, flopped onto his back whenever someone gave him half a second of attention. Every now and then, he would break away and trot to the mouth of the hallway, look down it for a long moment, ears raised, then return to the warmth of the crowd, as if he had changed his mind about whatever he thought he heard. I floated through it all, one foot always half in the role of guest and half in the role of staff. In the kitchen, I leaned against the counter while Matt filled me in on some dumb drama from our floor at work. Who got caught streaming movies on a night shift, who had accidentally sent a snarky email to the wrong distribution list. "I'm telling you," he said, voice half shouting over the music, "if this place did not need us every time a printer even thinks about jamming, they would have fired all of us by now." "Job security," I yelled back. "As long as people keep forgetting their passwords, we're gods." He laughed, clinked his bottle against the edge of the sink, and wandered off to rejoin Lisa, leaving a small crescent of beer on my countertop. I wiped it away without thinking, and felt this tiny, unexpected thrum of satisfaction. Mess in my house, people in my house, normal problems. On the other side of the room, Aaron slung an arm around my shoulders and squeezed. "Look at you," he said, breath warm with alcohol. "Hosting an actual thing. Who are you?" "Do not start," I said, but I was smiling. "I own exactly 3 chairs and a dog. That does not make me a grown-up." "It makes you more of one than me," he said. "This is good, man. You should do this more. Like literally this. I will show up for free pizza." That comment lodged under my ribs in a good way. I wanted to remember it. I wanted to believe this could be a thing I did now. Invite people, fill the space, drown out the quieter parts of my head. Over by the balcony door, someone had slid it open for a moment to step out and smoke. They stood outside, shoulders hunched against the cold, breath and smoke curling together in the dark. Inside, their friends hovered near the threshold, 1 foot in, 1 foot out, talking to them through the gap. The thin curtain billowed faintly with every change in air pressure, letting a faint stripe of night creep into the room. That was where I noticed him again. The man with the cap. He was inside this time, not in the hallway. He stood just to the left of the sliding glass door, back to the wall, hands in his pockets. His baseball cap was still pulled low, brim casting that familiar shadow over his eyes. The gray t-shirt seemed thin for the temperature, even with the room overheated. His jeans looked worn soft at the knees. He watched the people at the door without joining their conversation, as if he were listening to something else completely. For a moment, my brain pushed the party noise away and started constructing the question I should have asked hours ago. "Hey, what's your name? Who'd you come with?" It would have taken 10 seconds, less. Guests are allowed to ask that. Hosts are supposed to. "Dude," someone called from the kitchen. "Where's your bottle opener? This twist-off is lying to me." The moment snapped. I looked away, yelled back, "Drawer next to the stove!" And by the time I turned my head again, one of the smokers had stepped back inside, body blocking my view. When the gap cleared, he was gone. The space beside the door was empty except for the curtain's idle flutter. Parties are a machine. They pull you along their track whether you want to be on it or not. I bounced from problem to problem. Someone needed ice. Someone wanted to change the song. The oven timer went off. At one point, I found myself shoulder to shoulder at the little table while someone explained the rules of the drinking game again. Their voice a constant stream of numbers and instructions I knew I would not remember. Over all of that, the apartment kept doing its own thing. The fridge hummed in the background, a steady, low vibration that shook my cheap magnets. The vent above the couch sighed, pushing warm air down onto people who had stopped noticing it an hour ago. Somewhere through the wall, my neighbor's TV added another layer of static-ish sound, just enough that I could tell when something exploded in whatever they were watching. A couple of times, when conversation dipped just low enough, when everyone was in mid-laugh inhale at the same time, or when the song ended and the next one had not started yet. I became hyper-aware of what hid behind the party sounds, like lifting a blanket and seeing all the objects underneath it only for a second. There was one moment I remember clearly. I was standing near the hallway entrance, a plastic cup in my hand, listening to Aaron berate someone for eating the last slice of pepperoni when everything else stepped back. The music faded to a muted pulse. People's voices hung in the room without words, just shapes of sound. And underneath, for a fraction of a second, it was like the building itself went silent. No fridge, no vent, no upstairs footsteps, no neighbor's TV, just a dense, unnatural stillness pressing against my eardrums. It passed. It always passed. The fridge cough started. Someone shouted over my shoulder. The song kicked back in. I laughed at whatever joke was waiting for me and told myself again that weird timing is not a haunting, just electricity minding its own business. Somewhere around 11, we were all crammed into the living room for a group almost midnight picture. Lisa stretched her arm out with her phone. People shoved in behind her, hands on shoulders, someone's elbow in my ribs. Max wriggled in front, ears back, eyes wide in the flash. I saw the photo later. A blur of faces, red cups, and half-closed eyes. My apartment visible in the background as just another cluttered, crowded space. The stranger is not in that picture. He is not in any of the photos my friends posted the next day either. In my phone, the night is frozen in little rectangles that show everyone laughing, drinking, leaning into each other. In the corners, sometimes, you can see shapes that might be him. The edge of a gray sleeve, the curve of a cap brim, the side of a jaw turned away. Nothing you could point to and say, there he is. The cameras told a less comforting story. When I finally forced myself, days later, to pull up the living room feed and scrub through it minute by minute, I saw the same party I remembered. People clustered on the couch, in the kitchen, at the door. But I also saw the tall man with the cap moving in ways I had not registered at all that night. At 10:12 p.m., while I was laughing at something in the kitchen, he was standing near the hallway entrance, half turned toward the bedroom. Two guests staggered past him, bumping shoulders in an argument about which playlist was better, and in their wake, he stepped quietly into the darker space beyond. At 10:19, he reappeared, slipping back into the edge of the living room just as Aaron shouted my name and dragged me into a conversation. At 10:37, he did it again. Vanished down the hall while everyone else crowded around the TV to watch some pre-midnight performance. Then returned a few minutes later, blending seamlessly into the background near the balcony door. At the time, all I saw was a warm, noisy room and the thin relief of not being alone on a night that amplifies loneliness. The cameras, though, kept perfect track of every time that man stepped away from the crowd and headed toward the quiet end of the apartment, toward the bedroom where the coats lay piled, toward the bed that my dog would not cross a line to approach. 2. The things that started to go missing before midnight. The first thing that went missing was small enough that nobody cared. It was the TV remote. Sometime after 10, when the party had hit that loud but comfortable level, someone on the couch shouted, "Hey, can we switch to music videos or something? I'm tired of watching these New York people pretend they're not freezing." "Remote's on the table," I said automatically, because that was where it always lived. On the coffee table, next to the coasters I had lined up, next to an empty plate with a crust on it. "It's not," the person on the couch called back, "unless it learned how to teleport." I squeezed through the knot of bodies, wedging myself between two people sitting on the floor, and leaned over the table. Beer bottles, plastic cups, chip crumbs, a phone, somebody's keys, no remote. Did someone pocket it? I joked, nudging aside a crumpled napkin. "You don't have to steal the remote to make me play your song, just ask." People shifted cushions, lifted pillows, peered under the coffee table. Someone checked between the couch cushions and came up with nothing but a stale popcorn kernel and 50 cents in change. The remote was not there. It was not on the floor either, unless it had learned to become invisible. "Use the buttons on the TV," somebody suggested, like our ancestors did. I rolled my eyes, stepped around the couch, and reached for the tiny row of physical buttons on the side of the screen. As I did, my gaze snagged on something on the kitchen counter. There it was, the remote sitting by the sink, face up, pointed at nothing, like it had been carefully placed there. "Found it," I said, trying to keep my voice light. "Who decided it needed a field trip?" No one claimed responsibility. A couple of people tossed out half-hearted, "Oops, my bad" jokes without actually owning it. Someone suggested we blame drunk gravity. Everyone laughed. The moment dissolved. The remote went back to the coffee table, and the channel changed to something with louder colors and less meaning. It was nothing. A misplaced object. The kind of thing that happens in a crowded room. Except it did not stop there. A little later, I reached for my phone and found my pocket empty. At first, I assumed it was on the counter where I had left the charger. It was not. I checked the kitchen table, the top of the fridge, the back of the couch. It was nowhere it should have been. "Anyone seen my phone?" I called over the music, annoyed at myself more than anything. Black case, cracked corner, full of regrets. "Check under the couch," someone yelled back. "That's where all lost things go." I knelt down, the carpet rough under my knees, and lifted the edge of the couch skirt. A blast of warm, stale air hit my face, carrying with it dust and crumbs and the faint smell of spilled beer. There, half under the frame, screen down, was my phone. If it had slid off the table, it would have landed on the rug, not under the couch. You have to push something to make it go that far. I reached in, fingers brushing the cool glass, and tugged it out. The screen lit up, notifications stacked from the last half hour. Texts, a missed call, an alert from one of the cameras that I ignored on reflex. "You're drunker than you think," Aaron said, appearing at my shoulder with a grin. "Hiding your own phone from yourself like that." "I haven't had enough to blame this on," I said, but I laughed anyway. The alternative was admitting that it felt like somebody else had tucked it there, out of sight. The third thing was not mine. "I swear I left my bag right here," a voice said near the couch. One of the women, Rachel, I think, a friend of the nurse's roommate, was standing near the end of the coffee table, turning slowly, like she expected her tote to magically reappear if she stared hard enough. "What kind of bag?" I asked, stepping closer. The room felt hotter suddenly, my shirt sticking a little to the back of my neck. "Canvas tote, blue straps, with a little patch on the side," she said. "I put it down right next to the couch when I got here. It had my wallet and my keys in it." "That does sound important," I said. "Maybe someone moved it so it wouldn't get stepped on." "Check the bedroom? People have been tossing stuff in there." She made a face. "I'm not going through other people's coats," she said, half laughing, half nervous. "Can you?" "Yeah, I got it," I said. "If I find it, I'll bring it out. It's probably just under someone's jacket." I headed down the hallway again, my plastic cup still in one hand. The air in the corridor felt cooler, the noise from the living room folding in on itself as I put distance between us. Max trailed after me, paws soft on the carpet. But when we reached the bedroom door, he did the same thing he had done before. Stopped dead just outside, body angled so that he could see into the room without actually stepping in. The bedroom light was off. I flipped it on with my elbow, balancing my drink. The coats on the bed had grown into a full landscape. Jackets and hoodies and scarves thrown on top of each other in casual drunk layers. It was messier than the last time I had seen it. Sleeves twisted, collars bent, zippers half open. The thin gray coat was no longer on top. I scanned the pile quickly, eyes jumping from item to item. Navy puffer, red parka, leather jacket, hoodie, something with faux fur around the hood. No sign of that washed-out gray. It could have been buried under the others. That was the simple explanation. Things shift. People throw more on top without looking. Still, a little cold thread unspooled in my chest. "Okay," I muttered, setting my drink down on the nightstand. Blue straps, canvas tote. I started lifting coats in clumsy handfuls, peeking underneath for the shape of a bag. Fabric rustled, synthetic and soft. The smell of cold air and people and detergent rose up, heavy and close. Max made a sound behind me, low and steady. I glanced back. He stood in the doorway, exactly on the threshold. His ears were angled forward, eyes fixed not on me, not on the bed, but on the shadow below it. His mouth was closed, no teeth bared, but that quiet rumble carried more tension than any bark. "Hey," I said, clucking my tongue. "It's fine. Bag hunt. That's all." He did not move. His tail flicked once, uncertainly, then stilled. The party's noise came through the wall as a dull, constant pressure. Music reduced to bass thumps, voices flattened into a single rise and fall. Over it, I could hear the fridges rumble, the cyclical sigh of the heater. And somewhere under that, under it all, was another sound. Soft, irregular, like weight making minuscule adjustments on wood. A faint creak, then stillness. A whisper of fabric dragging against the floorboards. Not enough to make you jump. Just enough to make your skin feel too small. I told myself it was the building. Old joists shifting, pipes settling in the walls, the coats sliding as I disturbed the pile. Everything in here had a physical explanation if I worked hard enough to assign one. "Hurry up, man!" someone shouted from the living room. Their voice came muffled through the doorframe. "We're starting another round!" "I'm trying to find a bag," I called back, raising my voice. It sounded thin in my own ears. I bent at the waist and did another quick scan under the bed, like I had done earlier that night. I did not lift the dust ruffle all the way. I did not get down on my knees. I did not take my time. I just dipped my head, eyes skimming the first few inches of shadow. The plastic storage tubs, the edge of a shoebox, the flat, dark strip of floor. Nothing obvious. No fallen tote. No gleam of keyring. No eyes staring back at me. Just darkness broken into shapes I had personally shoved under there months ago. "Probably in the living room still," I muttered, more to myself than anyone. Or someone moved it to the wrong corner. I straightened up, grabbed a couple of coats that had slid toward the edge of the bed, and heaped them back toward the middle. A sleeve brushed against my hand, thin and gray, and for a second I thought I had found it. But it was just a hoodie someone had thrown on top. Not the coat I had been thinking about. My drink sat forgotten on the nightstand, condensation making a ring on the cheap laminate. The faint, shifting sound from under the bed had stopped, or maybe the noise from the party drowned it out again. Max's rumble had faded into a low, uncertain whine. "You're fine," I told both of us. I grabbed my cup, flipped the bedroom light off, and stepped back into the hallway. Max almost tripped me in his eagerness to move away from the doorway. He brushed past my legs, heading straight toward the safety of more people, more feet, more chaos. When I told Rachel I had not found her tote in the bedroom, she frowned, then shrugged in the resigned way of someone already 2 drinks in. "It's got to be here somewhere," she said. "I probably moved it and forgot. I'll check later. It's fine." Other people chimed in, offering theories. "Maybe you left it in the car. Maybe you didn't bring it in. I saw a bag near the fridge earlier." The problem got diluted, spread out among too many maybes. Nobody wanted to take it seriously. We were supposed to be having a good time. Nobody wants to be the one who grinds the night to a halt over a bag. I let myself be pulled back into the slipstream. The music went up a little. Someone popped the first bottle of cheap champagne prematurely, foam splattering onto the counter. People cheered like they were already at midnight. For a while, it was easy to forget that anything at all felt off. Later, when it was just me and the laptop and the cold light from the screen, I would watch that same stretch of time from the detached perspective of the hallway camera and the living room feed. I would see the tote bag, clear as day, leaning against the side of the couch at 9:48 p.m., straps neatly upright. I would see a hand, just a hand, pale and deliberate, emerge from the shadow under the bed on the bedroom camera sometime after 10. Fingers splaying out against the floor, like they were feeling their way across familiar territory. I would watch, frame by frame, as small objects I had not even realized were missing. A set of keys, a wallet, the blue-strapped tote were pushed inch by inch across the wood and into the dark. Then, slowly, in the far edge of the frame near the wall with the window, they would slide out of view altogether, as if the room had another exit I had never known was there. But on that night, in that moment, I was just the idiot host telling myself his own apartment could not possibly be dangerous, because the alternative would have meant stopping the music and turning on all the lights, and I was not ready to do that yet. 4.3. 10 seconds to midnight. By the time we got to 11:59 p.m., Baka the night had that strange, stretched feeling you only get on New Year's Eve, when everyone decides at the same time that a specific minute matters more than all the others. Someone noticed the time first. I do not remember who. 1 second we were scattered, some in the kitchen, some by the balcony, some sprawled on the couch, and then a voice cut through the room. "Yo, it's almost midnight." It was like hitting a button. People started moving, funneling into the living room. The song on the Bluetooth speaker got thumbed down to a background murmur, and the TV took center stage. Times Square filled the screen. Lights, confetti, shivering crowd, the giant crystal ball hovering like a glowing tumor above thousands of upturned faces. "Everybody get in here!" someone yelled from near the couch, already holding a bottle of cheap champagne like it was a microphone. "We're doing this properly." I grabbed the plastic cups I had lined up on the counter and started handing them out, sloshing sparkling wine into each one. The stuff smelled like sugar and rubbing alcohol. People took cups with laughing thanks, some spilling onto their fingers and licking it off. Foam slid down the sides of one cup onto the carpet. Someone promised to get that later, and I knew they would not. Max was pacing. He trotted back and forth between the hallway and the edge of the crowd, ears flicking, tail uncertain. The rising volume made him anxious, the sudden clustering of bodies, the way everyone's voices sharpened with anticipation. Each shout made him flinch just a little. He brushed against my leg once like he was checking that I was still there, then moved toward the border of the room, hovering near the mouth of the hallway again. The living room was packed tighter than it had been all night. People stood shoulder to shoulder, some perched on the arm of the couch, others squeezing into any available gap. Warmth rolled off everybody in waves. The air felt thick with sweat and perfume and cheap champagne. The only real light came from the TV screen and the overhead fixture above the kitchen, so the crowd was lit in flickering blue and white flashes as the broadcast cut between shots of the ball and the host's too bright smile. I remember a lot of small, pointless details from those seconds. The way someone's hoop earring caught the light like a tiny ring of fire whenever they turned their head. The sticky feeling of a patch of dried beer on the floor under my sock. The cold sting from the inch-open balcony door that somebody refused to fully close, sending thin drafts of night air crawling across my ankles. The way everyone's faces looked younger for a second in the shifting light, like the TV was projecting a better version of us. The music from the speaker had been turned down low, a faint heartbeat under the room noise. On the TV, the sound was finally unmuted, so we could hear the crowd in New York and the booming voice of the announcer leading the countdown. It all blended into one loud, confusing wash. Us, them, the world compressing itself into a 10-second ritual. 10! The TV roared, and the room echoed it. 10! Everyone shouted, some already laughing, some already crying, some already lifting their cups. 9! The camera on TV swooped over the crowd, faces tipped back, mouths open. Confetti cannons waited like loaded weapons. 8! Someone jostled me from behind, slapping a hand on my shoulder in that friendly, half-rough way that says, "You're here, and I'm here, and that's enough." Champagne sloshed onto my wrist. It felt cold and sticky, but I did not wipe it away. 7! Max weaved between a pair of legs, then retreated to the edge of the room again, ears down. His nails clicked on the floor, then were swallowed by the noise. 6! 5! I glanced around the room, taking a quick mental roll call the way hosts do without meaning to. Matt and Lisa on the couch. Aaron near the TV, already shouting louder than everyone else. The nurse and her roommate leaning against the kitchen counter, clutching their cups. Rachel, still bagless, squeezed into a corner of the room, smiling despite herself. Faces I knew. Faces I had learned that night. Faces I had learned to pretend I knew. If you asked me right then where the tall man with the cap was, I would have said back there somewhere, and gestured vaguely toward the mass of bodies. That is how my memory logged it. He was around, part of the room, part of the noise. 4, 3. The camera cut to a close-up of the ball, glowing, descending, thousands of tiny lights reflecting off the crowd. The light in my living room pulsed with it, brightening, then dimming with each switch. For a split second, the whole room looked washed out, like we were all already part of an old recording. 2, 1! Everyone screamed, "Happy New Year!" in a ragged, overlapping shout. Champagne splashed. People threw their arms around whoever was nearest. Couples kissed. Someone knocked into the coffee table and sent a cup tumbling, liquid bleeding into the rug. Somebody whooped near my ear so loud my hearing fuzzed out on that side. For a moment, my world was nothing but faces and flashes and noise. I lifted my own cup, clinked it against the nearest one, and drank the warm, too sweet liquid like it was something sacred instead of $5 grocery store wine. The fizz burned my throat. I laughed without really knowing why, mostly because everyone else was. In that exact slice of time, the top of the new year, the moment the whole building seemed to be vibrating with our voices, I noticed something odd. Or more accurately, I noticed the absence of something. Underneath the shouting and the TV and the muffled sound of fireworks popping somewhere outside, the familiar mechanical symphony of my apartment dropped out. The fridge, which had been chugging along steadily all night, went silent mid-cycle. The heater's soft rush of air cut off like a hand had closed around it. Even the distant, low hiss of the highway outside seemed to thin to nothing. It was like the living room was a bubble of human noise floating in a vacuum. For one heavy second, the only sounds in my world were the people in it. Then the bubble popped. The fridge kicked back on with a dull thud. The vent sighed to life, pushing more warmth into an already overheated room. The highway leak seeped back in through the walls. My ears rang in that specific way they do after you have been in a loud crowd, and I told myself that was all it was, the ringing, not some actual cut in the world's background noise. "Your dog hates this," someone yelled, pointing toward the hallway. I followed their finger. Max was standing there at the very edge of the living room, halfway in the shadow, watching us. His ears were back. His mouth was closed tight. He did not join the rush of bodies. He did not wag. He just stared, eyes wide and dark, as if he were trying to figure out what we were all so excited about, while something else entirely held his attention. I knelt and called his name, but another wave of noise crashed through the room as someone started a drunken "New Year, New Me" toast, and I gave up, letting myself be pulled back into the second round of cheers. The moment blurred into a series of small human rituals, clinking cups, exchanging half-serious resolutions, checking phones to text people who were not there. If the story ended right there, with a warm, messy party, a missing bag, and a dog who did not like loud noises, I probably would not be telling it. The remote, the phone, the vanishing tote, the gray coat, the 1-second silence, they would all be little, forgettable glitches in a holiday evening. The kind of things you mention in passing, if at all. What I did not know then, what I could only discover later by watching the footage over and over until my eyes felt raw, was what the bedroom camera had been recording while we all shouted in the living room. If you line up the timestamps, the living room feed shows exactly what I remember. A room full of people, plastic cups lifted, voices mangled as the microphone clips with the volume. The TV screen flares white as the ball drops. Confetti in New York, cheap champagne in Tennessee. My own face turned up, mouth open in a cheer I do not remember forming. The bedroom camera, though, tells a different version. At 11:59:50, while the TV announcer is warming up the countdown, the grainy black and white view under my bed shifts. The dust ruffle rises a fraction of an inch, as if brushed from the inside. Something long and flat moves in the darkness, careful and controlled. At 11:59:55, a hand appears, pale. The fingers are smudged gray by the low resolution, but you can see the knuckles flex. It reaches out from under the bed, groping for the edge of the frame where a backpack has been shoved, half hidden by the coat pile. The fingers catch the strap. Tug. The bag slides an inch closer. At 11:59:59, while the crowd in my living room inhales together for the final shout, the hand yanks the backpack fully into the dark. The dust ruffle falls back into place, its hem trembling for a moment, then going still. At midnight exactly, the timestamp shifts to a new day, and the frame under the bed is motionless. No hand, no movement. Just a stretch of shadow and the faint outline of storage boxes. In the living room, just one wall away, the sound peaks as everyone screams, "Happy New Year!" and bangs their cups together, oblivious. We all thought we were in the same place at that moment. The same room, the same second, the same celebration. We thought we were together. We were not. At midnight, when I thought everyone in the room was accounted for, the man I did not invite was not with us at all. He was lying flat under my bed with a bag of our things, listening to us scream "Happy New Year" above him. 5.1. Hangover and realizing something is wrong. The first thing I remember from the morning after is the taste in my mouth. It was that awful mix of stale alcohol, cheap pizza, and air that had been breathed by too many people for too many hours. My tongue felt like it had carpet on it. When I opened my eyes, the room was too bright. Light knifing in around the edges of the blinds I had forgotten to close all the way. My head throbbed in slow, heavy pulses, each beat perfectly synced with my heartbeat and completely uninterested in my comfort. I was on the couch, half on my side. One arm twisted behind me in a way that made my shoulder ache. A plastic cup lay on the floor near my hand, tipped over, its bottom still holding a shallow, dried-out ring of champagne. My shirt was wrinkled and smelled faintly like beer and other people's perfume. Max was curled against my legs, his warm weight pinning my feet, his breathing slow and even. Every once in a while, his paws twitched, as if even in sleep he was trying to run away from something. For a long moment, I did not move. I let my eyes wander across the room from where I was, taking in the aftermath. Empty bottles crowded the snack table. Beer, cheap champagne, a half-finished bottle of wine someone must have brought, and then abandoned. The cardboard pizza boxes were open and curled at the corners, congealed slices stuck to shiny cardboard, toppings slid into unappetizing clumps. Napkins in various states of destruction were scattered everywhere, some shredded into confetti-like bits that looked almost festive if you did not think about where they had been. On the coffee table, there were playing cards fanned out in no particular order, a couple of plastic cups with lipstick marks on the rims, an empty chip bag crumpled into itself. The TV was still on, muted, showing something generic and bright that had nothing to do with New Year's Eve anymore. A light layer of dog hair and crumbs clung to the rug in front of the couch, like a thin, dirty snowfall. It looked like any morning after scene from any small apartment party. If you took a quick photo and sent it to someone, they would have known exactly what had happened without you needing to explain it. People came. People drank. people left. The room bore witness. I swallowed, felt my throat rasp, and forced myself upright. My back popped in protest. Max lifted his head, blinked at me, then laid it back down with a sigh, as if to say, "You made this bed, now lie in it." My first coherent thought was water. My second was coffee. My third, quieter and easier to ignore, was, "Where is my watch?" I pushed that aside and shuffled into the kitchen, feet sticking slightly on a spot someone had spilled something and never wiped up. The fridge sighed when I opened it, cold light spilling over rows of leftover drinks. I grabbed the water pitcher and drank straight from it, the cold shocking enough to make my eyes water. Then I set up the coffee machine with hands that felt clumsy and too big. While it gurgled and dripped, I started the damage control. I threw empty bottles into the recycling bin, each clink of glass a little too sharp for my head. I stacked the pizza boxes by the trash. I scooped up cups and napkins and carted my fingers through the rug to gather crumbs. The motion helped, gave my body something to do while my brain caught up. Little details nagged at me as I moved around. A game controller cord trailing across the floor with no controller attached. The TV remote on the coffee table where we had left it the second time, but at an odd angle, half hanging off the edge like someone had knocked it and not bothered to fix it. A coaster on the kitchen counter that I very clearly remembered leaving on the coffee table. I told myself that was normal. Drunk people move things. Drunk me moves things and forgets. I took my coffee back to the couch and sat down heavily, feeling every muscle protest. My phone was on the table, face down. When I picked it up, the screen lit with a flurry of notifications. Happy New Year. Messages from people who had not been there. Instagram tags. A couple of work emails that could wait. One text, though, sat alone near the top, time-stamped from early that morning, before I had fully surfaced. "Hey, this is Rachel. Just checking. My tote bag never turned up, right? I really can't find it. It had my wallet in it." The unease that had been padding around the edges of my hangover took a step closer. I stared at the message for a second, thumb hovering over the keyboard. I could see her in my memory, standing near the couch with her eyebrows drawn together, insisting she had left the bag there. I could hear myself reassuring her that it was probably just buried in the bedroom, that we would find it. I typed, "I'll do a proper search now that it's not chaos. I'll let you know," and hit send before I could convince myself to say something more comforting than truthful. I told myself I should start by checking the bedroom. If bags were going to go missing, that was the most obvious place they would end up, swallowed by the coat pile. I stood, joints cracking, and headed down the hallway. The light outside was different now, coming in at a harsher angle through the bedroom blinds, casting striped shadows on the wall. The door was half open. I nudged it with my foot and stepped inside. The bed looked like someone had tried to make a nest out of other people's lives. Coats and jackets and hoodies lay in lumpy heaps. Some half slid onto the floor. Scarves trailed off the edge like abandoned snakes. A couple of single gloves sat near the pillow, their partners missing in action. The sheet was pulled tight in one corner, twisted in another, like people had tossed their stuff without caring where it landed. I scanned the mess for something tote-shaped. No blue straps, no canvas, just layers and layers of other people's warmth. On the nightstand, where I always dropped it at the end of the day, there was an empty square of wood and a faint lighter patch where something had been. My watch was gone. It was not fancy, not expensive, a simple, worn watch with a leather band. The kind of thing you get on sale and grow attached to because it has been through too many days with you. I kept it on the nightstand religiously, putting it in the same spot every night, placing my phone next to it out of habit. I did not wear it at the party. The strap pinched my wrist when it got too warm. "Come on," I murmured to nobody, running a hand over the bare spot as if the watch might magically appear if I smoothed the wood. "Seriously?" I checked the floor. I checked under the bed skirt with my toes, nudging for something solid. Nothing. The space underneath looked and felt empty in the way a dark space can lie to you. I stepped back into the hallway and did a quick mental inventory of what I knew was missing now. The remote, briefly. My phone, briefly. Rachel's tote, still gone. My watch, gone. The game controller that should have been by the TV, also missing in action. One or two items you can chalk up to a messy night. 4 or 5 start to feel like a pattern. The unease that had been hanging back now sat down next to me, closer than I wanted. I could feel it in the way my shoulders tensed, in the way the back of my neck prickled. The party afterglow, the little glow of "I did it, I hosted a thing," was fading fast. I went back to the living room and stood in front of the TV for a long second, staring at my own reflection in the darkened screen. My hair was a mess. My eyes were bloodshot. I looked less like a victim of a crime and more like a guy who had made a series of bad decisions and was only now tallying the cost. You do not want to be suspicious of your friends. Your brain fights you on it. It throws up excuses. Maybe someone picked up the controller to take it into the bedroom and forgot it there. Maybe Rachel left her tote in her car, the way people do when they think they are going to need it and then don't. Maybe I had moved my watch at some point and just did not remember. Maybe. But under all of that, another thought surfaced. You have cameras. This is exactly why you set them up. To avoid maybes. I hated that thought. I knew what opening the laptop would mean. Hours of scrolling, watching myself on screen, drunk and loud and unflattering. Seeing the night from angles I could not control. Reliving the parts I was already trying to file away as done. Still, the idea of not knowing felt worse. I sat down at the small dining table, the same one I had used to line up cups and snacks the night before, and pulled my laptop toward me. The plastic chair creaked under my weight. The room around me was quieter now in that post-party way. The fridge humming dutifully, the heater clicking on and off, the occasional car passing outside with wet tires on damp pavement. Somewhere in another unit, a TV murmured. Max lay on the rug nearby, head on his paws, watching me with tired eyes. My own breathing sounded too loud against all of it, shallow and uneven. My heart felt like it was beating in my ears. I opened the browser, logged into the home camera app, and pulled up the timeline from the previous night. The interface was familiar. Little horizontal bars for each camera, a neat color-coded timeline beneath them. Motion events were marked as tiny vertical lines, some close together, some spaced out. The hallway camera, the living room camera, the bedroom baby cam, all neatly laid out, waiting. New Year's Eve was just a band of time on the screen, from late afternoon to early morning. The portion from 6 p.m. onwards was crowded with markers. Every time someone moved through the frame, every time a door opened, every time a dog wandered through, it was logged. Tiny blips of light in a straight line. What made my stomach tighten was not the density of markers around midnight. That made sense. People had been everywhere all at once. It was the fact that the first cluster of motion alerts was earlier than it should have been. There was a marker on the timeline at 7:30 p.m., then another at 7:31 and 7:32. My guests were supposed to start arriving around 8. The first buzz at the front door, in my memory, had been closer to 7:40. I scrolled the mouse back and forth, watching the timestamp change, until the little playhead sat over the first odd one. 7:30 p.m., living room camera, motion detected. For a long moment, I just stared at that tiny line on the screen, as if looking at it hard enough would make it blink and disappear. It did not. I clicked it. That's where I started. I am telling you now, across all these months and miles. Not at midnight, not at the obvious moments. At 7:30 p.m., before I thought anyone had even walked through my door. 5.2. Watching a stranger walk right in. When I clicked that 7:30 p.m. marker, I thought I was about to see some dumb little glitch. Maybe Max walking past the camera, tail blur triggering a motion alert. Maybe a shadow from a car's headlights leaking in under the door. I was not prepared for what actually showed up on the screen. The front door camera filled the laptop display, that stretched fisheye view of the hallway inside my apartment. You could see the cheap wood of my door from the inside, the little patch of wall with the light switch, a slice of the living room opening up to the right. No people. The timestamp in the corner read 7:29:50 p.m., numbers white against gray. I hit play. The hallway sat still. The only movement was the tiny stutter of the timestamp. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Just my door, shut, as ordinary as a closed eye. At 7:30:02, the handle turned. Not from the inside. There was no hand in frame. The knob just moved, gently, like someone on the other side was testing it. The deadbolt was not engaged. The latch clicked, soft even through the camera mic. The door opened inward an inch, then another. Light from the living room spilling into the frame. A man slipped through the gap. He did not step fully inside and then close the door behind him like a normal person. He came in sideways, shoulders slightly hunched, head dipped under the frame as if minimizing the space he occupied. Dark baseball cap, gray t-shirt, faded jeans, a small backpack slung over one shoulder. It was the same body I had seen at the edge of my party all night. Only now there was no crowd to lose him in. He never looked up at the camera. That was the first thing that made my skin crawl. Not just that he did not see it, but that it felt like he knew where not to look. His gaze stayed level with the floor for a second, then flicked once toward the hallway that led to my bedroom, like he had already memorized the layout from the outside. My heart started pounding in my ears. I paused the video, the frame freezing with him half in, half out of the doorway. The hallway behind him, just a vertical strip of building carpet and painted cinder block. I leaned back from the screen, suddenly aware of how small my kitchen table chair felt. My palms were slick. I wiped them on my jeans and stared at the image like it might change if I blinked enough times. It did not. The truth sat there. A man I did not know, walking into my apartment uninvited before anybody else arrived. In my head, I heard myself from 2 days earlier. I'll just leave the door open for 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Arms full of grocery bags, keys still in the lock, door propped with my foot. Max standing at the threshold, uncertain, the hall breathing cold air into my warm space. I forced myself to hit play again. He closed the door gently behind him, letting it latch but not slam. His hand lingered for a half second on the knob, like he was testing how much noise it made. Then he turned, up close, even through the cheap resolution. His movements looked wrong for a guest. Normal guests hesitate. They call out, "Hello? Hey man, you home?" At the very least, they straighten up, look around, take in the room. He did none of that. He moved like a man who knew he shouldn't be there, and also knew exactly what he wanted to do. He took quick, precise steps, 3 past the camera's field of view, into the living room. The backpack on his shoulder barely bounced. His head stayed at a slight downward angle. As he passed the edge of the frame, his profile flickered into view for less than a second. Sharp jaw, unshaven, lips pressed together in a neutral line. No visible panic, no drunken sway, just intent. Then he walked out of view, heading toward the hallway. That was it. No knocking, no buzzing from the building's front entrance, no me opening the door. He wasn't let in, he just came in. Something in my chest dropped a few inches and stayed there. "Jesus," I whispered, even though no one else was there to hear me. My own voice sounded foreign in the quiet kitchen. Max, who had been dozing on the rug near my feet, lifted his head. He looked at me for a long moment, ears tilting, as if he recognized something in my tone. His tail thumped once, then stopped. I rewound the clip and watched it again, slower. I tried to see if the door moved at all before the handle turned, any sign that he'd picked the lock or forced it. It didn't. The latch gave the way it would if it were simply unlocked. That stupid, casual carelessness from my Kroger run, leaving the door propped, running back and forth with bags, trusting a silent hallway, had opened a window. He'd found it. I clicked over to the living room camera from the same time frame, lining up the timestamps. The view shifted. Now the screen showed the wide-angle shot from the corner of the living room, capturing the couch, the coffee table, the TV, a slice of the entryway. The room was empty. No guests yet, no piled coats, no red cups. Just my furniture sitting in that faint pre-party light. You could see part of the front door area at the edge of the frame, distorted by the lens. I hit play. At 7:30 p.m., the door opened in the far left of the image, just like in the other clip. My own body wasn't in view. I was still outside with groceries. Only the hallway edge and part of the entryway were visible. Then, there he was again. He slipped through the partially open door and into the living room. This time, just a blurred arm and shoulder in the far corner. From this angle, he looked like a glitch, something quick and half-formed that the camera had barely managed to catch. He didn't stop, didn't linger. He moved smoothly across the back of the room, staying as far from the center of the lens as possible, and then vanished into the hallway that led to the bedroom. If you watched that clip without knowing what to look for, you could miss him. Your eyes would go right to the empty couch, the static coffee table, the silent TV. The movement at the edge of the frame would register as nothing more than some momentary artifact, your brain smoothing it out into probably the dog or lighting change. But once you see him, once you know you're watching a stranger walking through the place you live, you can't unsee it. My stomach twisted. I paused the video again, and the room around me swam a little. The cheap chair creaked under me like it might give out. For a second, I had the irrational urge to get up and check my own front door, as if he could still be on the other side after all this time. Max stood up, shook himself, and came to lean against my leg. Whether he was reacting to me or to something else, I don't know. His presence was a weight, a little anchor in a moment that suddenly felt wide open. I sat there with my hand resting on the trackpad, feeling sweat gather between my fingers and the plastic. The apartment sounded normal, fridge humming, heater clicking on, a car passing outside with a hiss of wet pavement. Everything now insisted on being ordinary while the past jerked itself across the screen in front of me. I forced myself to breathe slower, then dragged the timeline forward. I wanted to prove something to myself. I wanted to see him arrive again later, like everybody else. I wanted the footage to tell me that somehow this earlier entry was just a weird mistake. Maybe he'd stepped in with someone and then gone back out and then come back in properly. Maybe I had let him in at some point and just didn't remember. I needed there to be a version of this story where he wasn't a ghost slipping through cracks I'd left open. So I jumped ahead. 7:40 p.m., living room camera, motion. I clicked it. There I was, finally in frame, carrying a case of beer into the apartment, my expression focused, my posture slightly crooked under the weight. The door was fully open. Outside, the hallway looked empty. No stranger in a cap. No shadow waiting. 7:43 p.m., front door camera, motion. I watched myself open the door from the inside, stepping back to let Matt and Lisa in, all smiles and cold air and visible breath. They took up space, made noise. Humans the camera recognized as belonging to me. 7:52 p.m., another marker. Aaron and Tyler arrived, knocking, laughing, stepping through when I pulled the door open. There was the ritual. Knock, check, greet, close. 8:05 p.m. The nurse and her roommate, bundled and shivering, hands occupied with bottles, waiting politely for me to unlock the door. Clip after clip, guest after guest. Every person I remembered, and some I didn't, appeared the way you're supposed to in someone else's home. From the outside into the frame, passing through the camera's field of view with visible permission. I watched until the timeline slid past 9, then 10. People came and went in tiny digital squares. At no point did the man in the cap enter again through the front door. I dragged the timeline back to the beginning. There was still only one instance where that door had opened without me on screen. 7:30 p.m. One quiet entry, one man, one time. He came in early when the hallway was empty and my guard was down, using the unlocked door I'd left for myself. Then he disappeared into the back of the apartment, into the part of the layout the living room camera couldn't see. And according to the front door camera, the only reliable witness I had, he never once walked back out. 5 under the bed, while I sat on top of it. At some point, staring at the front door footage stopped being an option. I could not keep watching that same 10 seconds of a stranger slipping through my door like water through a crack. If I wanted answers, and by then want felt more like need, I had to see what he did after he walked out of frame. So I clicked over to the bedroom camera. The feed from that angle was never meant to be scary. It was an old baby cam I had repurposed to keep an eye on Max when I was at work. Low resolution, slightly grainy, perched high in one corner so it could see most of the small room. From that vantage point, you could see the bed, the door, part of the closet, the window, and, if you tilted the camera just right, a slice of floor beneath the frame. I set the timestamp to just after 7:30 p.m., the moment when he disappeared from the living room camera into the hallway. The screen showed my bedroom as it had looked before the night really started. Bed made, sheets pulled tight, one pillow slightly indented from that morning. The blinds half closed, letting in a pale gray stripe of evening. No coats on the comforter yet, no mess. Quiet. The door opened. The man in the cap stepped into the room and closed the door behind him with deliberate care. He did not slam it or even let it latch naturally. He guided it almost all the way shut, then eased it the last inch until it met the frame with barely a sound. The latch did not click on the audio. It just settled. Seeing him in my bedroom, in that private, overfamiliar space, was worse than seeing him in the living room. The living room was for other people. The bedroom was where I slept, where I had convinced myself I was alone. He took a few slow steps inward, looking around in that measured way that did not match a drunk party guest. He wasn't admiring anything. He was assessing. His eyes moved from the bed to the window to the door and back again, like he was drawing a map in his head. The small backpack hung loose from one shoulder, weighing down his narrow frame. He walked to the bed first. From the camera's high angle, I watched his hand reach down and pinch the dust ruffle between his fingers. He lifted it and leaned forward, peering into the dark space beneath. Even though I knew he could not see me now, months later, I held my breath as if I might give myself away. He stayed like that for a few seconds, body folded, head angled so that his face disappeared into the shadow. When he straightened up, there was no visible change in his posture, no sign of disappointment or excitement. He let the dust ruffle drop back into place. Then he moved to the dresser. He opened the top drawer and looked inside, fingers grazing the edges of folded t-shirts I recognized, then closing it again. The next drawer, socks and underwear, nudged, sifted through, dismissed. He opened the small drawer in the nightstand, the one where I kept change and receipts and random cables. His hand dipped in, came up with nothing interesting, dropped it all back. He walked to the closet, slid the door partially open, and pushed jackets along the rod with the back of his hand. 1, 2, 3. He paused on a heavier coat and checked the pockets, then moved on. Shoes on the floor were nudged into a new configuration, as if he wanted to make sure there was nothing hidden inside them. After that, he went to the window. From the camera view, I saw him reach up and pull the blinds all the way down, until the slats met the sill and the pale stripe of light disappeared. The room dimmed noticeably. He hooked a finger under one blind and lifted it enough to peek through, his face close to the glass, hat almost touching it. The profile I had only glimpsed before was clearer now in the washed-out light. Nose a little too sharp, jaw shadowed with stubble, eyes narrowed. He unlatched the window with what looked like practiced hands, slid it up an inch, then another. The mic picked up the faint rasp of wood and track. Cold air must have seeped in then, but of course I had not felt it. I was still out there somewhere, playing host in my head, not knowing I was already sharing my home with somebody else. He stopped when the opening was just a few inches high, too small for a person to squeeze through, large enough to let in air and sound. He set the latch down lazily, not securing it again, just letting it rest. Then he lowered the blinds back into place so the window and its new gap disappeared. He walked back to the bed and crouched. This time, instead of just looking, he reached under. From this angle, I could see pieces of what he was doing. Storage boxes that had been pushed deep against the wall months ago shifted, pulled out, and repositioned closer to the center. He tugged at the edge of a plastic tub, turning it sideways to create a kind of barrier. A shoebox moved. There was a method there, a slow clearing, like he was hollowing out a pocket of space in the middle of the clutter. He backed out once, stood, and glanced toward the door as a distant sound, maybe from another unit, maybe from the building's plumbing, echoed vaguely through the audio. Then he went to his backpack, slid it off his shoulder, and placed it on the floor at the side of the bed where the dust ruffle hung lowest. He unzipped it, checked inside, then closed it again, and nudged it a few inches closer to the frame, tucking it into the blind spot where someone standing in the doorway would not see it unless they came all the way around. Only after everything seemed staged the way he wanted did he lie down. He eased himself onto his side, then rolled onto his back and started sliding under the bed, feet first. For a moment, his face was turned directly upward toward the camera. A washed-out, grainy mask with unfocused eyes, lips pressed together. Then the frame cut him in half. Chest, shoulders, and finally head disappearing into that space he had carved out. The dust ruffle settled into place, moving a little with his last shifts. Then it was just a regular bed again, as far as any casual glance would be concerned. I sat there at my kitchen table watching that white strip of cloth tremble and then go still, and realized I had no idea how long he stayed like that. Minutes? Hours? The timeline suggested yes, both. I fast-forwarded. The timestamp in the corner leapt ahead. The bedroom stayed empty at first. Then, 30-some minutes later, the door opened and I saw myself for the first time from that angle that night. Walking in with an armful of jackets, a little flushed, hair slightly messy. I dumped the coats onto the bed with careless force, the mattress dipping as they landed, directly above him. I could not see under the bed at the speed I was skimming, but I pictured it. Dust raining down from the slats, fabric shifting inches over his face, the shape of his world changing in one heavy thud. I left quickly, flicking the light off behind me. The pile of coats shifted into a rough heap in the dark. A few seconds later, the dust ruffle rippled. A hand emerged from the shadow, feeling upwards in the blind sweep of someone who knew exactly what they were looking for. Fingers found the hem of the same thin gray coat I had noticed earlier and pulled it down, slow and deliberate, until it vanished into the dark. I paused the video there, jaw clenched, heart racing. That coat had not been lost or forgotten. It had been taken. While I was in the next room, laughing with people, someone inches under my bed was carefully selecting what to remove from the world above. I scrubbed ahead again. The night unfolded in jerky glimpses, shoes passing by the doorway, occasional bodies entering, tossing something on the bed, leaving. Each time, the dust ruffle shivered after they were gone, responding to movements just out of sight. Once, when voices were loud in the hallway, the fabric lifted an inch and a face appeared in the narrow gap. His. The camera did not capture his features cleanly, just a pale oval, eyes dark, scanning the crack under the door. He stayed like that for a heartbeat, listening, then withdrew, the cloth falling back into place. In another segment, a pair of legs stood very close to the side of the bed, shoes planted inches from the edge of the frame. From the living room camera, I would later see that as the moment someone came in to grab their jacket, joking about the mess. From this angle, it was two unknown souls parked just above where someone's head must have been resting. I kept fast-forwarding, the little clock in the corner racing. Midnight came and went in that sped-up, silent way, coats bouncing slightly as people grabbed them, light flicking on and off. The dust ruffle's occasional flutter the only sign that the room was not empty between visits. Then I found something I did remember from my own perspective. The moment after the party, when the crowd had thinned and I had gone into the bedroom with one of the last guests to look for the missing bag and an extra charger. It was a little after 2 a.m. in the footage. The door opened. I walked in, moving more slowly, shoulders slumped with the kind of tired you only feel after hours of forced social energy. Behind me was Rachel, or maybe the nurse, it blurs now. One of the last women left, hair pulled back, holding her phone with both hands as the battery warning glowed red. We sat down on the edge of the bed. I remember that from the inside. The relief of sitting on something soft, the way my back cracked, my muttered complaint about my feet. I remember joking that my aging IT spine was not built for standing that long. I remember her laughing and saying she was too old to pretend this was easy. I remember thinking, stupidly, that it felt nice to share that small, quiet moment after the chaos. From above, on the screen, it was just two figures sagging onto the mattress, the bed sinking under our weight, coats shifting around us. From below, in the camera's view, the dust ruffle bowed. As our bodies landed, the fabric covering the edge dipped sharply, then shuddered. For a fraction of a second, the shadow under the bed thickened, like something inside it was tensing. In the darkness, a hand appeared, fingers splayed wide against the floor, pressing down. It flexed once, tendons tightening, then withdrew deeper, disappearing completely as the dust ruffle fell back to its trembling rest. He was directly under us. While I complained about being tired and tried to remember who had left which jacket, he lay flat beneath the mattress, close enough to hear every word, close enough to feel the weight of us as a physical pressure on his chest. Every shift we made, every time we leaned or laughed or moved a coat, his entire world would have rocked slightly, the slats above him creaking. There is a special kind of cold that comes from realizing the worst part of your night was not the thing you were worrying about. I had gone to sleep thinking the biggest problem I had was that someone had stolen my watch and a bag. Now, watching that segment, I understood that for a solid minute or two, the only thing separating my spine from whichever part of him was directly below was a cheap mattress, wooden slats, and a thin sheet. We got up eventually. On the feed, we left the room, light going off behind us. The bed, relieved of our weight, rose a fraction of an inch. I scrubbed forward, jaw locked, eyes burning. The bedroom stayed dark. The only light came in thin lines around the edges of the blinds, faint gray smears. The dust ruffle moved occasionally. An inch here, a twitch there. Time marched forward in the corner. 2:30. 3 hours. Chapter 13:45. At 4:10 a.m., the video stuttered. The image froze for a split second, just long enough for my stomach to clench, then broke into a smear of pixels. Gray blocks, green streaks, horizontal lines tearing across the image. The audio cut to a flat hiss. The corrupt segment lasted less than 10 seconds on the clock, but watching it felt like much longer. When the picture snapped back into clarity, the room on screen looked almost exactly the same as it had before, except for a few details. The dust ruffle hung still, undisturbed. The storage boxes under the bed sat flush against the wall again, as if someone had nudged them back into place. The backpack I had thought I might catch a glimpse of was no longer visible in its previous little corner of shadow. And the window, the one he had cracked earlier and then half closed, was now open a fraction wider, just enough that, even in the low resolution, you could see the blinds bulge slightly inward with a draft that had not been there before. There was no footage of him sliding out from under the bed, no pale hand reaching for the ledge, no body levering itself up and out through the narrow gap. Whatever those corrupted seconds had once shown, I do not have them anymore. I watched until the timeline bled into morning, until the room filled with the first real light of the new year, stripes of sun pushing through the blinds. The underbed area stayed still. No shoes, no hands, no movement, just dust, boxes, and a strip of shadow that may or may not have held a man for hours. I closed the laptop then, not because I had seen everything, but because I had seen enough. I have hours of video of him inside my apartment, I am telling you now, trying to string sense through the static. I can watch him walk in, I can watch him crawl under my bed, I can watch him steal and listen and wait. What I do not have, not from any camera, not from any angle, is a single clean frame of him leaving. 6-1. Calling the police. On yesterday, I did not call the police right away. For a few minutes after the footage stopped, I just sat there at my little kitchen table with the laptop closed, staring at the fake wood grain and listening to the house pretend everything was fine. The fridge hummed in this low, steady way, like it was clearing its throat. The vent above the stove breathed warm air. Outside, a car rolled past on wet pavement, tires hissing softly. All of it sounded wrong now. Too normal for what I knew had happened. Too calm for a place that had hosted a stranger under its bed while I sat on top of it. My hands were shaking. Not dramatically, not movie style. Just a small, constant tremor that made my coffee cup clink quietly against the table whenever I picked it up. I stared at my phone, lying face up next to the laptop. Rachel's message about the tote still visible in our thread. At some point, some tired, stubborn part of me said, "If you don't report this, then it really is your fault." Like I had to confess, or the night would sit on my chest forever. I picked up the phone and dialed 911. The dispatcher's voice was calm, practiced. She asked for my address, my name, what the emergency was. I heard myself say the words out loud for the first time. I think someone was in my apartment last night, like the whole night. I have cameras, I have footage. Stuff is missing. She asked if the person was still inside. I said no, as far as I knew. I did not mention the fact that I could not prove he had ever left. She said officers would be dispatched and told me to wait outside if I felt unsafe. I looked at my front door, at the hallway beyond it, and decided I felt more unsafe imagining myself standing alone in the breezeway like a target. "I'll wait inside," I said. It did not take long for them to show up. Time stretched, but when I checked later, it was maybe 20 minutes. I heard them before I saw them. The muffled crackle of a radio in the hallway, the squeak of heavy boots on the building's cheap carpet, the low murmur of voices. When the knock came, it sounded different from the party knocks, more deliberate, more contained. 3 firm hits, no laughter behind them. "Metro Police," a voice called. "Sir?" I opened the door to 2 officers in navy uniforms, one a little older with a shaved head, the other younger with a tired, end-of-shift look in his eyes. Their presence filled the doorway in a way that made the hall behind them look smaller. "You the one who called about a burglary?" the older one asked. "Yeah," I said. My throat felt dry. "Come in. It's weird. I don't know how else to say it." They stepped inside, boots squeaking faintly on my vinyl entryway floor. The younger officer's radio hissed, then went quiet. Both of them did a quick visual scan the way cops do in other people's stories, eyes moving over the living room, the kitchen, the closed bedroom door. This was routine for them. For me, it was the first time my apartment had ever been treated like a crime scene. "Okay," the older one said. "Start from the top. Tell us what you think happened." I gave them the short version first. New Year's Eve party, woke up, things missing, checked the cameras, found a stranger on the footage who had been in the apartment before guests arrived. Showed them the entry clips. We moved to the kitchen table, the laptop the focal point. The officers stood on either side of me, leaning in. I could smell stale coffee on one of them, rain on their jackets, the faint leather tang of their belts. On the screen, I pulled up the front door camera clip from 7:30 p.m. "There," I said, pointing. "That's him." They watched in silence as the door handle turned, as the cap and shoulders slipped through the opening, as he moved with that careful, too calm gait into my living room. The younger officer nodded once. slow. "Door was unlocked?" he asked. "Yeah," I said, hating the word. "I was bringing in groceries earlier. I must have left it unlocked without realizing. I thought I closed it. I didn't." "That's how most of these happen," the older one said, like he was reciting something he had said 100 times already. "People get distracted. Somebody opportunistic walks in." He didn't sound judging, just tired. I clicked over to the living room camera, then the bedroom feed. I showed them the highlights, or lowlights. The man checking under the bed, moving boxes, cracking the window. The hand taking the gray coat. The tote, the backpack, the way he settled under the bed like he was clocking in for a shift. I did not make them sit through the whole thing, just enough to prove I wasn't making it up. They watched with faces that barely changed. The younger officer squinted once at the shot of the hand emerging, then stepping back, like he wanted more detail than the camera could give him. When we got to the footage of him slipping under the bed, the older officer exhaled, a quiet, controlled sound. "That's something," he said. "Okay. So he hides there and later on, items go missing. And you didn't notice him on the night?" the younger one asked me. I shook my head. "I saw someone who looked like him. I thought he was somebody's friend. I asked who a coat belonged to. Nobody claimed it. It was New Year's. I wasn't checking IDs at the door." "Do you have a list of what's missing?" the older one asked. I had started one on a scratch pad earlier. The way you write down groceries. My watch, game controller, a pair of earbuds, cash from my desk drawer, Rachel's tote bag with her wallet and keys, another guest's portable charger I had borrowed and never returned because it was now gone too. I slid the pad across the table. He read it, nodded, tucked it into a small notebook of his own. "We'll add this to the report. You said a guest's bag is missing too? We'll need her info." "She texted me this morning," I said, pulling up the thread and showing him her name and number. They did the physical walkthrough after that. I took them down the hallway to the bedroom. The coat pile had thinned since people had come back in the morning to reclaim what they could. But there were still a few stray jackets left, sagging sadly on the bed. The room smelled faintly like old sweat and detergent. "Windows there," I said, pointing. He opened it a crack on the footage, and later, after the camera freaks out, it looks like it's open more. The younger officer stepped over, lifted the blinds, and peered at the sill. From where I stood, I could see faint smudges on the paint, darker finger-like marks where someone might have braced themselves. On the outside, through the glass, the world was all gray sky and the flat back wall of the car wash. He touched the latch, tested it. It was still technically engaged, but loose. You could push the window up without much effort. "I'll get some photos of this," he said, pulling out his phone. The shutter sound was sharp in the small room. Click, click. Looks like he might have used this as a secondary exit, or at least tested it. They crouched to look under the bed, too. From this side of things, it looked innocent. Boxes, dust, the dark. The older officer grunted as his knees popped. "Guy picked a good spot," he said, voice muffled from under the frame. "You'd never know unless you went looking, and most people don't." Back in the living room, they asked about my guests. Did anybody recognize the man? Had anyone seemed off? Was there anyone I suspected? "No," I said each time. Nobody knew him. I asked around. I even sent a clip to a couple friends. Everyone says they thought he was somebody else's friend. The older officer scribbled notes. The younger one watched me more than he watched the room now, gauging how rattled I was. "We're going to treat this as a burglary and trespass," the older one said finally. "You had an unauthorized entry, items stolen, signs of someone hiding on the property. That's enough for a report. You said you have the original files?" "Yeah," I said. "They're stored locally and pushed to the cloud. I can export the clips. I put some on a folder already." He nodded. "We'll take a copy. USB is fine." I dug out a flash drive from the drawer, fingers clumsy on the little metal thing, and copied over the main segments. The early entrance, the underbed prep, a couple of the theft moments. The corrupted section I left as it was. I wasn't sure it would help, but I didn't know what else to do with it. The younger officer plugged the USB into a small department-issued reader to verify the files. The laptop screen reflected in his eyes as he checked the folders. "Okay," he said. "We'll attach these to the case file, see if we can enhance anything, maybe get a clearer shot of his face. Sometimes we can match to prior incidents, sometimes not." "Does this happen a lot?" I asked. He shrugged a little. "People sneaking into parties they weren't invited to? Sure. People going through coats? Yeah. Hiding under beds? That's less usual. But it's all still just people, not ghosts." He said it flatly, but it felt like a warning and a boundary at the same time. "We'll see what we can do," the older one repeated. "If we get a hit, we'll contact you. In the meantime, change your locks. Use the deadbolt. Maybe move that bedroom camera a little lower so it can actually see under things." He tried to make it a joke. It landed halfway. They gave me a case number written on a business card, along with the non-emergency line. They reminded me to call if anything else seemed off, if I noticed more missing items. They asked one last time if I knew the guy, if any of my guests might have a reason to send someone like him. "No," I said. "If I did, I wouldn't be calling you." When they left, the sound of their boots faded down the hall. The building swallowed their presence quickly. The door closed behind them with a soft, final click. I locked it, slid the chain, turned the deadbolt with a care I should have used the day before. Then I was alone again. The silence was not empty. Not really. Every sound had weight now. The fridge's hum felt like someone clearing their throat in the next room. The AC vent's quiet exhale sounded too close to breathing. My own footsteps on the floor made me flinch, like they belonged to somebody else. Even Max's nails on the vinyl when he shifted positions scratched across my nerves. I sat back down at the table, slipping the business card with the case number under the laptop, like that made it more official. For a couple of hours, I tried to be normal. Did dishes, bagged trash, texted a few people to tell them their stuff was gone, but I'd filed a report. Most of them responded with shock emojis and, "That's crazy, man," like it was a story happening to someone on the internet. A few days later, when the adrenaline had dimmed and the numbness set in, I called the number on that card. The woman who answered transferred me to an officer familiar with the case. The hold music was tinny and way too cheerful. When a male voice finally came on the line, it sounded bored and a little distracted, like he had 3 other tabs open in his head. "Yeah, this is about the Murfreesboro Pike apartment burglary," he said after I gave him my name and case number. "We reviewed the footage you provided. No match on the guy's face in our system. No other reported incidents in that building that match. So no leads at this time." "Okay," I said, fingers tightening around the phone. "But the footage, the part from the bedroom, did you see the underbed stuff? And the corrupted segment? It glitched right when—" "Yeah," he cut in. "We saw the same glitches on our copy. Couple of segments where the file's partially corrupted. It happens. Home camera systems aren't exactly top-tier hardware. But it's just that one section, I insisted. The one where he would have to leave. Everything else is clean. And then that part. That's how corruption works sometimes, he said. And there was a hint of annoyance now, like he'd had this conversation before with people who wanted their fear to be special. Power spike, connection drop, software hiccup at the wrong moment. You'd be surprised how often it lands on something important. It doesn't mean it's anything more than that. I stared at the far wall of my kitchen, at the faint outline where a picture frame had once hung. My own voice sounded small when I spoke again. So that's it? Nothing you can do? We've logged it, he said. We've got his image on file. If we pick him up for something else and it pings, we'll be in touch. For now, you did the right thing reporting it. Just be more careful with your doors, and maybe don't invite half the city to your place next time. It was almost a joke, but it landed like a reprimand. Okay, I said. Yeah, sure. Take care, he added, already moving on in his head. The line clicked dead a second later. I sat there with the phone pressed to my ear, long after the call had ended, listening to the hum of my own apartment wrap itself around me again. Somewhere in the building, a pipe ticked. The fridge cycled off. For a single, too familiar second, all the little mechanical sounds dropped out together, leaving me in a bubble of silent air. Then everything came back on. 6.2, management, neighbors, and no exit. Calling the police felt like the official thing to do. Talking to building management felt like the practical thing. A couple of days after the officers left, I took an early lunch from the hospital and drove back to the complex in this gray, half-awake weather that made everything look like background scenery. My stomach twisted the whole way. It is one thing to know someone got into your place. It is another to walk into the office of the people who are technically responsible for the walls and admit it happened on their watch. The leasing office was exactly the kind of place you would expect. Fluorescent lights humming overhead, beige on beige decor, a fake plant in the corner gathering dust. The air smelled like a mix of plug-in air freshener and paper. There was a small, cheap Keurig machine on a side table with a bowl of powdered creamer nobody touched. The manager, a woman in her 40s with sharp eyeliner and a seen-everything posture, sat behind a desk with stacks of folders and a computer monitor angled partly away from me. Her name tag said Tracy in all caps, like she was a brand. So, she said after I finished my condensed version of the story, somebody slipped into your unit during your party, stayed a while, took some stuff, and left through, maybe your window. You filed a police report already? Yeah, I said. They have the footage. I'm not asking you to, investigate or anything. I was hoping we could look at the hallway cameras, see if there's a clear shot of his face, or at least see where he left. She tapped a pen against her desk, considering. We can pull common area footage for stuff like this, sure. It only keeps a couple of weeks by default. She spun her chair to the computer, typed something, clicked rapidly. You remember what time this all went down? He came in around 7:30 p.m. on New Year's, I said. Somewhere between, midnight and 4 he had to leave, unless he's still in there, which he isn't. I tried to make it a joke. It did not land. Tracy snorted softly anyway, a professional I've heard worse sound. Okay, let's take a look. She swiveled the monitor slightly so I could see. The building's camera system was more sophisticated than mine in some ways. Multiple angles on each floor, elevator view, the main entrance, parking lot. The images were still grainy, but wider, more institutional looking. She pulled up my floor, set the date, and hit play from around 7:20 p.m. There I was, in washed-out black and white, walking down the hall with grocery bags, balancing one on my hip while fumbling for my keys. The door to my apartment opened. I went in. The hallway went empty. At 7:30, nothing obvious happened. No stranger lurking by my door, no shadow hugging the wall. Just the bland, slightly curved footage of a quiet hallway. "He didn't come in through the main building door?" she asked. I shook my head. He was already in the building at some point, I guess, or came in behind someone else. We skipped ahead. Guests arrived, their faces soft and warped by the lens. Groups of people laughing, arms full of drinks or food, walking down the hall to my door or others. A delivery driver in a reflective vest passed by once, carrying pizza boxes to a different unit. A couple from the third floor walked their dog, paused to chat with someone at the elevator, then disappeared around a corner. Every time we saw somebody even remotely tall in a cap, my heartbeat ticked up. Every time they turned enough to show a face that was not his, it sank. "Maybe he left right after," I said. "Like quick in and out." We jumped to 1 a.m. The hallway was quieter. People trickled in and out of their units, some steadier on their feet than others. Someone staggered to the elevator, pressing the button with exaggerated patience. A woman in heels carried her shoes in her hand, walking down the carpet barefoot. 2 a.m., 3, nothing. Guests leaving, an upstairs neighbor taking out a bag of trash, a guy in a hoodie smoking near the stairwell and then flicking his butt into the parking lot. No tall man in a cap leaving my door. No one slipping out with a backpack in that wrong body language way I had learned to recognize watching my own footage. Maybe he went down the other end? I asked, even though I knew the angles we were seeing should have caught that. Tracy shook her head. "This covers both ends of your floor. Stairwell cams show everybody who uses them. Elevators too." She clicked over, brought up the stairwell view, sped through the same hours. More drunk residents. A couple of neighbors I recognized. Maintenance guy once, in his uniform, checking something in a utility closet. No stranger. "So, there's nothing?" I said, trying not to let my voice spike. "I didn't say that," she replied. "We've got plenty of people coming and going, just nothing that matches the description you gave the police. No guy with a dark cap, gray shirt, backpack leaving your floor around that time." She clicked her pen a few times, absent habit. "What you're describing? He had to come into the building at some point, and he had to leave at some point. Cameras don't just erase people." "Except when they do," I said, thinking about the corrupted bedroom segment. She gave me a long, tired look, then leaned back. "Look, I'm not minimizing what happened. It's creepy as hell. But our system is motion-triggered, same as yours, and it's not perfect. Sometimes it misses an angle. Sometimes the timestamp desyncs. Sometimes people walk right at the edge and you get a shoulder and nothing else." She paused, tapped the desk with her pen again, then added almost lightly, "Honestly, cameras catch people coming in more than going out. Always seems easier to get the entrance. Exits. People find ways to leave through places they shouldn't. Propped doors, maintenance exits, you name it." She meant it as a half-joke, a shrug at the limitations of cheap security infrastructure. The words lodged in my head like a splinter. Places they shouldn't. On the way back to my unit, the hallway felt narrower. The fluorescent lights hummed louder than they had before. I caught my reflection in the small metal plate next to the fire extinguisher cabinet and startled like there was someone else there. I knocked on a couple of doors that afternoon, something I never did under normal circumstances. I started with the neighbors I knew enough to nod at in the parking lot. Across from me, a guy in his 30s with a permanent ball cap of his own cracked the door, chain still on. "Hey man," he said. "What's up?" "Hey," I said, feeling stupid and exposed. "Sorry to bug you. It's about New Year's. I had that party and... You remember hearing about someone getting into my place?" "Yeah, the cops were here, right?" he said. "Saw the lights through my blinds. Everything okay now?" "Sort of," I said. "Just, do you remember seeing a tall guy in a dark cap that night? Not one of the usual people? Kinda thin, gray shirt?" He thought about it, eyes flicking up and to the side. "I mean, a lot of tall guys in caps around here," he said. "I might have seen somebody on the stairs when I was letting my cousin in. Didn't think much of it. Thought he was with you." "Right," I said. "Yeah, thanks." At the next door over, a middle-aged woman with a tired face and a bathrobe pulled tight opened up. She smelled like coffee and laundry detergent. "Hi, I'm in 3B, I said. "Sorry, I know this is weird. Just wondering if you heard anything late on New Year's. Like, my dog? Barking?" Her eyebrows shot up. "He kept me up half the night," she said, a flash of irritation crossing her face. "Around 3, 4 in the morning, scratching at your door, whining, then full-on barking. I almost called the office to complain, but I figured it was New Year's, everybody's out of sorts." 3 or 4, I repeated. My own memory of those hours was a smear of exhaustion and blackout sleep. I did not remember Max making a sound. "Yeah," she softened a little. He sounded upset. Not "I need to pee" upset. More, I don't know, like he heard something. Anyway, just maybe bring him over some treats in the day so he's not so keyed up at night, yeah? "Yeah," I said. My voice came out thin. I'll work on that." I thanked her and walked back to my door in a fog. Max met me just inside, tail wagging tentatively, nose pressing into my hand as if to check that I had come back in one piece. That night, and every night for a while after, bedtime stopped being automatic. I checked the locks twice, then 3 times. Deadbolt turned, chain slid, handle tested. I pulled on the door hard enough to make sure nothing budged. I checked the bedroom window, fingers pressing along the sill until I found the latch, making sure it was clicked all the way down. I did the same with the tiny lock on the balcony door, even though it had not been part of the footage. It could have been, if someone had wanted it. Lights that I used to turn off without thinking stayed on longer. The living room lamp, the stove light, the hallway sconce. I would turn one off, stand in the new pocket of shadow, and then turn it back on again because the dark suddenly felt too thick. Max refused to sleep in the bedroom at first. The first night I tried, he walked to the doorway with me, then sat down just outside, like he was guarding a threshold instead of crossing it. When I climbed into bed and patted the comforter, asking him to hop up, he whined softly and lay down in the hallway instead, stretched lengthwise so that his body blocked the entrance. It took days before he would even nap on the bedroom rug with the door open. Weeks before he jumped back onto the bed by himself. Even then, sometimes in the middle of the night, I would wake to find him standing on the mattress, ears pricked, staring down at the line where the dust ruffle met the floor. I wish I could say I did not follow his gaze. I did, every time. Tracy's throwaway line about exits burrowed into my brain and nested there. Cameras catch people coming in more than going out. Sometimes people leave through places they shouldn't. I started noticing every place they shouldn't in my apartment. The vent cover high on the bedroom wall with 4 screws, one of which suddenly looked looser than the others. The maintenance access panel in the hallway ceiling that I had never paid attention to before. A neat square, slightly off color from the rest of the plaster. The gap under the balcony door where the weather stripping did not quite meet the frame, wide enough for cold air and other things to seep through. Logical me knew a full-grown man was not slithering out through an AC vent. The rest of me did not care. My brain did not run on blueprints and measurements when it was 3 in the morning, and the apartment did that trick again. Fridge and vent cutting out together for 1 second, the world holding its breath, before grinding back to life. Every time that happened, I caught myself staring at the door, the window, the vent, the panel, the thin slice of space under the bed, like I was waiting to see if anything decided to use them. 6.3. The 40 minutes I will never get back. If there was a single mistake I wish I had not made after all of this, it was deciding to keep watching that corrupted clip. I could have sent everything to the police, backed it up once for my own records, and tried to let it rot on some hard drive. Instead, I turned those 40 minutes of broken pixels into a ritual, a punishment. A place I kept going back to like a tongue poking a cracked tooth. It always started the same way. Late at night, the apartment would be in its new version of quiet. Lights dim, but not all off. Deadbolt turned, chain slid. Max curled in an uneven circle near the bedroom door or on the rug where he could watch both the hallway and the living room. Outside, the faint hiss of the highway sat under everything like a faraway ocean. I would sit at the kitchen table with the laptop in front of me, the screen casting a bluish rectangle on my hands. My fingers knew the pattern. Open the app, select the date. Jump to around 4:10 a.m. bedroom camera, the exact window where the clip always broke. People talk about doom-scrolling news. This was something worse. This was doom rewinding. The clip would begin normally for a few seconds. The bedroom in gray scale, still and hollow. Bed, blinds. The strip of floor the camera could see. The timestamp ticking forward in the corner, indifferent. Then the video would stutter. The image froze for a fraction of a second, like it was holding something back. Then the picture tore sideways, horizontal lines dragging pieces of the frame out of place. Blocks of gray and green smeared across the screen. Whole chunks of the bed vanished into static. The audio, when it survived at all, turned into a mix of hiss and swallowed clicks. Every time it glitched a little differently. Sometimes the video kept limping forward while the audio held steady. Sometimes both staggered together. Sometimes a frame would flash by that looked almost normal and then dissolve again, leaving me wondering what I had almost seen. I started wearing earbuds when I watched, partly so I would not wake my neighbors with the repeating hiss loop, partly because I needed the sound close. I wanted to hear everything the camera had heard, even if the picture refused to cooperate. Most of what bled through was broken. There would be long stretches of white noise, a kind of digital ocean. Under it, every so often, something else would poke through. A squeak of bed springs, so quick and isolated it could have been a glitch, but it lined up too well with where the mattress should be on the frame. A dull, soft thud, as if a foot or a knee or a hand connected with the floor just hard enough to make the wood answer. Once, when I turned the volume higher than was comfortable, I heard a faint sliding sound. Not dramatic, not a cinematic shh, just something long and slow, like fabric or skin dragging over rough paint, or a small bag being pulled toward a window frame. And then there was the other sound. I still do not know what it really was. The rational part of me will swear it was just the audio codec choking on static. But more than once, when the noise dropped low, there would be this brief, wavering vibration that landed right in the part of my brain reserved for human voices. Too short to be a word, too shaped to be pure noise. It sat somewhere between a breath and a chuckle. A low exhale that seemed to rise and fall like something amused, or something tired, or something simply acknowledging itself. I would rip the earbuds out when that happened, heart going too fast, suddenly aware of my own apartment's soundscape slamming back in, fridge, vent, distant traffic. Then I would convince myself I had imagined it, put the earbuds back in, and hit replay. It did not get better the more I watched. It got worse. On certain nights, when my eyes were not yet burning from fatigue, I started to catch individual frames in the glitch storm. Tiny, isolated images buried in the smear that flashed for less than a second. I learned to tap the pause key in rapid succession, trying to stop the video at exactly the right moment, like a kid trying to freeze a cartoon in midair. Usually, all I got was garbage, blocks of crushed gray. The bed turned into a jagged, abstract painting. The window reduced to a bright, torn rectangle. The camera's timestamp overlaid with nonsense numbers. But every so often, in the middle of those ruined frames, there'd be something that lined up too perfectly with what I knew was in the room. A blurred shape halfway between the bed and the window, taller than a box, shorter than a standing person. It might have been a leg bent at the knee, or an arm reaching out. The next frame would be mush again. In another fragment, the blinds looked wrong. They were tilted at an odd angle, the slats bowing inward as if pressed from the outside or brushed too hard from within. I replayed that segment dozens of times, watching the way the shadows underneath changed shape, trying to decide if the extra movement was just compression or something physically pushing against them. The worst fragments were the ones close to the camera. Once, hitting pause at random, I landed on a frame where almost the entire view was filled with pale gray. For a second, I thought the file had simply blown out, like a photo taken too close to a flash. Then I tilted my head and saw it differently. The faint, curved outline of something that could have been an eye socket. A darker oval that might have been a pupil. A suggestion of skin texture, too close to the lens for focus. I told myself it was pareidolia, the brain's cheap parlor trick of seeing faces in clouds and wallpaper. And yet, sitting there alone at my table, I felt the animal part of me recoil, the way you do when you realize something has been closer than you thought. Night after night, my mind played the same stupid game. Is that a shoulder or a compression artifact? Is that the edge of his backpack or just the camera background flickering? Is that noise just the codec breaking? Or did I really hear something move? I did not get answers. What I got instead was a body that started reacting before my mind could offer commentary. My palms would sweat as soon as the timestamp neared 4:10 a.m., even if I was not consciously thinking about it. My thighs would tense under the table, like I might need to bolt to the front door at any second. My breathing would shorten to match the choppy audio coming through the earbuds. My shoulders would creep up toward my ears, and I would catch myself in the reflection of the darkened window, hunched over a glowing screen in the same posture he had used when he'd first peered under my bed. I told myself I was doing it to understand, to fill in the missing gap, to find the moment he left, so I could pin it to a specific second and file it under history instead of under ongoing problem. But there was nothing conclusive in those 40 minutes. There was only suggestion and my own increasing willingness to believe suggestion over absence. The twist came on a night when I was more tired than usual and should have gone to bed instead. It was past midnight. I had worked a long shift, dealing with a hospital system that decided it hated its own login page. I had come home, microwaved something I barely tasted, and told myself I would watch the footage one last time before trying to sleep. The apartment felt smaller than usual. The light over the stove was the only one on in the kitchen, turning everything else into a gradient of shadow. Max had already abandoned me for the living room, curled in a half moon on the couch, but his ears still twitched whenever I moved too suddenly. I pulled up the corrupted section again. 4:10 to 4:50 a.m. Bedroom feed. Hit play. The same sequence unspooled. Normal frame, freeze, tear, smear, noise. The bed and window disappeared into pixelated sludge. I let it play longer than usual, eyes unfocused, the audio a low, choppy hiss in my ears. Somewhere in the middle of the mess, a flicker of structure appeared. Instinct made my thumb jab the spacebar. The frame froze. At first it looked like another ruined shot. Gray on gray, lines bending wrong. Half the screen darker than the rest. But as my vision adjusted, the shapes settled into something horribly familiar. There was the corner of the room, the top edge of the bed, the wall above the headboard, the faint suggestion of the ceiling. The camera had dropped its exposure or scrambled its pixels, but the geometry was still there if you looked for it. And filling most of the frame, much closer than it should have been, was a face. Not a perfect, sharp face. Not something you could zoom in on and hand to a detective, but close enough that my brain stopped arguing. The image was warped, lines dragging slightly sideways, but the structure was unmistakable. The curve of a cheek, the bridge of a nose, the hollow above the upper lip. The eyes were what held me. They were not centered on the bed. They were angled slightly up, toward the camera itself, toward me. If you have ever seen a person look directly into a lens with full awareness that someone will watch later, you know the difference. It is not the same as being accidentally caught on tape. There is a focus there, a small tightening, like they are looking past the glass and into the idea of whoever will sit on the other side. That was what was in that glitched frame. His mouth was neither smiling nor frowning. His features were softened by the compression, almost waxy. But the eyes, even half smeared, even distorted, had a kind of flat alertness that made my skin crawl. They did not look like they were checking the bed. They looked like they were checking the camera. I do not know how long I stared at that frozen image. It could have been 3 seconds. It could have been a full minute. My body registered the fear before my mind finished processing it. Heart slamming, stomach dropping, muscles in my arms going loose. I slammed the laptop shut so hard, the screen and keyboard clapped together with a sharp, ugly sound. The room plunged into a deeper dark. The only light now the soft glow from the stove clock and a distant street lamp bleeding weakly through the blinds. My own reflection vanished from the window, replaced by a vague, dark smear. Max jerked awake in the living room and jumped off the couch, claws scrabbling for traction. He trotted into the kitchen, nails clicking, and stopped at my side, looking up at me with his head cocked, ears pulled back. My chest hurt. I realized I had been holding my breath. Logically, I know I could open the laptop now, and that frame would not be as clear as my memory has made it. Logically, I know it could have been nothing more than a coincidence. A glitch aligning in a way that made chaos look like intention for a split second. But I cannot unshake the feeling I had in that exact moment. Sitting in my half-lit kitchen with the laptop shut and my dog pressed against my leg, that for at least one frame in those 40 lost minutes, He was not looking at the bed, or the window, or the door. He was looking at the camera, and through it, at whoever was stubborn enough to keep watching. 7-1, moving away from a floor plan. People like to say they moved to get a fresh start. I did not move for a fresh start. I moved to get away from a floor plan. It was a few months after that New Year's Eve. Long enough that most people had stopped asking about it. Short enough that the case number was still taped to my fridge like a reminder I could not quite throw away. Work had gotten busier. IT is always understaffed, always on fire somewhere. But in the middle of the password resets and broken printers, my supervisor dropped the words "small raise" and "new responsibilities" into a meeting one afternoon. The money was not life-changing, but it was enough for my brain to start whispering, "You do not have to keep sleeping on top of that same rectangle of wood and drywall. You could sleep elsewhere." So I did. I found a different complex out past the edge of town, where the buildings are newer and every other block is a chain restaurant or a self-storage facility. The kind of place built with copy-paste architecture. Gray siding, white trim, balconies stacked like Lego bricks. The unit I took was a one-bedroom again, but the layout was different enough that my pulse eased a little the first time I walked in. The kitchen and living room shared an open space still, but the bedroom was off to the other side. The window faced a floodlit courtyard instead of a parking lot and car wash, and there was no direct line of sight from the front door to the bed. It should not matter. Logically, I know that. You can hide under any bed. You can slip through any unlocked door. Fear does not care about floor plans. But it felt like I had stepped off a map my brain had been forced to memorize. The hallway wasn't in the same place. The window sat higher. The closet was deeper. The angles were wrong in a way that for once comforted me. The sounds were different too. In the old place, the fridge had done a constant low rumble, like an idling truck behind a closed garage door. Here, it was softer, a steady purr that barely vibrated the magnets. The HVAC vents made a wider, breathier whoosh instead of a stiff rush. The building itself had a different voice. Instead of the sharp chair scrapes and pipe ticks I had learned to associate with specific units, there were muted footsteps from the floor above, and the occasional thump as someone tried to close a cabinet quietly and failed. Still, even here, every night, there was that 1 second. I noticed it within the first week. I would be standing in the kitchen or sitting on the couch, TV on low, Max asleep with his head on my foot, and the apartment would be doing its normal mechanical song. Fridge, vent, neighbor's washing machine in spin cycle, distant traffic from the main road, elevator ding at the end of the hall. Then, every so often, everything would land on the same beat. The fridge would cut off. The vent would pause mid-breath. The elevator would be between floors. Cars outside would hit a lull. It all dropped out at once, leaving me in a perfect bubble of true silence. 1 second, maybe 2. Then everything came back, like someone had let the world up for air again. I tell myself this happens in every building, that it is just power cycles and bad timing, that I only notice it because 1 second under another ceiling ruined the concept of silence for me. It does not help much to be right. When I moved in, I told myself I wouldn't put the cameras back up. It felt like an admission, like telling the universe I expected it to come back for me. Normal people, I decided, live with locks and peepholes and maybe the occasional deadbolt. They do not string wide-angle lenses across their ceilings like they are running their own surveillance network. I last about 3 days without them. The first night was manageable. The second night, I lay in bed staring at the door for so long that the knob started to look wrong, like it was leaning. On the third night, when the building did that 1-second silence trick while I was brushing my teeth, I found myself standing on a chair half an hour later, reinstalling the old baby cam in the corner of the bedroom. "Just in case," I muttered, more to Max than to myself. He watched from the doorway, head tilted, as I tightened the bracket. When I got down, he sniffed the tripod leg and huffed softly, like he remembered. The new place did not get a front door camera at first. I resisted that one like it was a moral line. But then a package went missing from the lobby. A shared complaint email from management, a "please be vigilant" bulletin, and I heard the unlocking of a door in my head all over again. The next weekend, I was back at a big box store, buying another cheap Wi-Fi cam and telling the cashier I'd just like to keep an eye on my dog. Normalcy came in small, measured doses. I started saying yes to after-work drinks again, as long as they happened somewhere that was not my living room. Co-workers dragged me to a trivia night at a bar with sticky floors and neon beer signs. I went on a couple of awkward dates that went nowhere. The kind where both of you are just trying to prove you can still show up. I did not host anything, not even a game night. When someone from my floor suggested we do a building potluck in my unit because it had the best light, I laughed it off and pointed at another apartment. "I'm terrible at cleaning," I said. "You do not want to see my kitchen under pressure." Max adapted faster than I did mostly. He found new favorite spots, a sunny rectangle near the balcony door where he would stretch out like a rug, one particular corner of the couch that he decided was his. Some nights he would trot to the bedroom and jump onto the bed without hesitation, curl into his spot near the foot, and fall asleep like the past never happened. Other nights, he would stop in the doorway and stare, not at the bed, at the space under it, at the line where shadow met frame. He would stand there for long enough that my skin started to itch, then decide, on some invisible dog logic, to sleep in the living room instead. I checked the camera feeds more than any reasonable person would. During lunch breaks at the hospital, I would sneak a look at the hallway camera, watching my own door do nothing. When I was out with friends, there was always some moment where my hand drifted to my phone and I watched 30 seconds of my empty bedroom before I could relax again. It was like checking a pulse. Time passed anyway. That is the thing nobody tells you about being scared. The world does not care. Bills still show up. Systems still crash. You still find yourself arguing with a doctor about why they cannot use 1234 as a password for the med dispensing machine, just because it's easier to remember. The calendar crawled forward. Spring blurred into summer, then fall. Leaves changed, then dropped, then got swept into anonymous piles by the landscaping crew. Stores started putting Christmas stuff out before Thanksgiving, like they always do. The hospital break room got one of those sad, fake trees with only half its lights working, and New Year's Eve crept back onto the horizon. People at work started asking the usual questions in that early December way. "Gee, big plans this year? You going downtown for the fireworks? Doing another party at your place or what?" The first time someone asked that last one, my heart misfired so hard I felt it in my teeth. "Nah," I said, forcing a shrug. "Not this time. Thinking about going out of town, maybe visit a buddy." It came out smooth enough that they nodded and moved on. Lie accepted. I told that same lie enough times that it almost started to sound real in my own head. In reality, my plan was simple. Stay home, alone, with the cameras on live view and the TV playing something loud enough to muffle the sounds between seconds. Maybe walk Max early, lock everything tight, and pretend the countdown was not happening. About a week before the 31st, I was sitting on my new couch. half watching some cooking show where a host yelled at people about under-seasoned food. When my phone buzzed with a group text, it was from Aaron, one of the old core group from the party I will never forget. The kind of friend who sends memes instead of actual conversation most of the time. The message was simple. Look what popped up in my memories. Under it was a photo. The timestamp overlay said DEC 31, 11:58 p.m., my old living room. I tapped it open. There we all were. Me in the foreground, slightly flushed, plastic cup in hand. Behind me, people crowded the couch, the kitchen counter, the space near the balcony. Times Square glowed on the TV in the corner, ball halfway down. Everyone's faces were turned toward the screen or toward each other, mid-laugh or mid-shout. It looked from that frozen angle like a good night, a normal night. Then my eyes drifted past the obvious. In the background, near the mouth of the hallway, there was a darker shape. A tall figure in a cap, half turned toward the bedroom door. His face was blurred by the motion and the cheap phone camera, but the outline was unmistakable once you knew what you were looking for. You could have missed him, easily. Most people would. He blended into the shadows, just another body in a crowded room. Beneath the photo, a second message popped up from Aaron. Remember that rando dude? Never figured out who invited him, LOL. I stared at those words for a long time, thumb hovering uselessly above the keyboard, the image still open. My new apartment's fridge hummed. The vent sighed. Somewhere outside, a car passed. And for just 1 second, all of that noise cut out at the same time, leaving me alone with the picture of a man standing in the background of my old life, halfway turned toward a hallway where, at that exact moment, he had already made space for himself under my bed. 7. 2. Writing to a horror channel instead of calling the cops. By the time you are reading this or listening to it, if it ever makes it into one of your videos, it is New Year's Eve again. Different apartment. Different city, just far enough away to feel like a technical fresh start. Same calendar date. Same cluster of fireworks waiting in someone's trunk. Same strangers screaming in bars for a countdown none of them really care about. In here, though, it is just me, a kitchen table, and a blinking cursor. The new place has that open plan thing every listing brags about. The kitchen and living room are one continuous rectangle, split only by a change in flooring. My laptop sits on a cheap table pushed against the wall, facing out toward the couch and TV. To my left, the sink and stove. To my right, the balcony door and the glow of the courtyard lights bleeding weakly through the blinds. It is late, not quite midnight, but close enough that the outside world has shifted into that jittery pre-countdown energy. I can hear distant pops from early fireworks, muffled shouts from the complex next door, someone's bass line leaking through a wall in uneven pulses. In here, the soundscape is simpler. The fridge behind me hums, then sighs. The vent above the stove pushes out air in a slow, steady exhale. The wall clock over the TV ticks louder than any clock has a right to. Max is on the rug near the couch, chewing half-heartedly on a toy, ears flicking at any noise that does not belong. I'm at the point in the story where I have to admit something that makes me sound worse than I probably already do. I have not called the cops again. I still have the card with the original case number, edges softened from being handled too much. It is magneted to my fridge with one of those novelty magnets shaped like a slice of pizza. Every time I get milk, I see it. Every time I close the freezer, I see it. I could pick up my phone, call the non-emergency line, and say, "Hi, it's me again, the guy from the Murfreesboro Pike thing." I moved, but I think, and trail off into incoherence. I do not do that. Part of it is simple. The first time I followed up, they told me the case had no leads, no matches on his face, no hits on his description. The USB I gave them had corrupt segments just like my originals. If they thought there was anything special about that, they did not say it. The advice boiled down to, lock your doors, change your locks, be more careful. Friends were worse, in a different way. At least nobody got hurt, they said, like that was supposed to be comforting. Like the bar for trauma is physical injury. Dude, it's creepy, yeah, but it's over. He took some stuff. He's gone. Gone. As if I had not spent nights watching a corrupted clip where gone was exactly the part I could never quite see. You would be surprised how quickly people try to file your story under weird thing that happened once. So they do not have to sit with the part where you say, he was under my bed while I sat on it. The emotional violation of that doesn't fit neatly into the kinds of conversations you have over wings and beer. So I stopped trying to explain it to people who wanted to treat it like a punchline, or a cautionary tale about locking doors, or an anecdote to trot out at other parties. What I did instead was put earbuds in and start listening to strangers. You and channels like yours filled a lot of nights after that. Stories about people finding cameras hidden in smoke detectors. Stories about rideshare drivers getting passengers who never quite existed on the app. Stories about tenants realizing they were not the only ones with keys to their place. Most of the time, I could keep a little distance. That's their nightmare, I would think. Mine is over here. But there was always this moment, somewhere in the middle of each story, where the narrator's voice would change. You can hear it if you pay attention. The part where they stop trying to sound tough or detached, and you hear the raw edge underneath. The realization that something in their life has split into before and after. I recognized that edge. It sounded like I felt. That was when the idea took root. Maybe I should send mine in. Not as a cry for help. Not because I thought anyone on the internet could walk back through the footage and solve the parts the cops could not. Just because this thing has been living in my head for a year, and I am tired of being its only audience. You say at the start of your videos that people send you their stories because they need to get it out. I used to think that was corny. Now I get it. There are some experiences that do not shrink until you put them in other people's heads too. So here I am, December 31st again, typing this like a confession I did not trust the police with. I am writing to a horror channel instead of dialing a number with a badge on the other end. That probably says something about where I think this story belongs now. As I type, I am more aware of the little sounds in this apartment than is probably healthy. Every few paragraphs, the fridge behind me cycles down, the motor cutting off with a soft thud. The vent quiets as the thermostat decides the room is warm enough. For a fraction of a second, both stop at once. The first time it happened tonight, I froze with my fingers hovering above the keys, waiting for something to fill the space. A footstep, a scrape, a laugh that could be static or not. The world on the other side of my walls did not care about my dramatics. After that heartbeat, the noise returned. Fridge, vent, fireworks popping in the distance. I started typing again. It keeps happening. 1 second holes punched in the night. Random and too familiar. My body reacts before my brain can reason with it. Shoulders tense, jaw tightens. Eyes flick to the bedroom door, then to the couch, then to the underside of the table as if anything could be hiding there without my feet noticing. Max lifts his head when the silence hits, every time. His ears prick. His gaze cuts to the hallway. Then the machines start back up, and he blinks slow, decides it was nothing, and settles his head back down. I wish I could do that as easily. I pause now, rubbing at my eyes. The paragraph on the screen swims a little before snapping back into focus. I scroll up, reread a line about the corrupted footage, about the face in the glitch looking at the camera instead of the bed. Too much, I mutter. They're going to think you're making half of this up. Maybe I am. Maybe it does not matter. The feeling is real. That has to count for something in your economy. My phone is on the table to the right of the laptop, screen face down. I turned it that way deliberately so I would not get sucked into reflex checking. So of course, that is exactly when it buzzes. The sound is small but sharp in the hush between cycles. A single, insistent vibration. I glance at it, annoyed at myself for flinching. For a second, I consider ignoring it. Whatever it is, it can wait. Then the screen lights up, and the notification previews push through the lock screen, and I see the header. Motion detected. Living room. Camera app, name redacted. A small, automatic chill walks up my spine. The kitchen here is open to the living room. There is no wall between us, no blind corner. From where I am sitting, I can see the couch, the coffee table, the TV, the balcony door. The only part of the room out of direct view is the far corner by the bookcase, where the living room camera is mounted high. Nothing is moving. Max is still on the rug, head up now, staring at me like he is waiting for direction. The TV is off. The blinds over the balcony door are closed, the slats barely stirring with whatever weak breeze pushes under them. The ceiling fan is off. No shadows crawl, no reflections shift. My rational brain lines up explanations at lightning speed. Glitch, headlights from outside, the app lagging and sending a delayed alert from when I walked by 10 minutes ago. I pick up the phone anyway. The notification expands when I tap it, taking me straight into the app. The motion alert from a few seconds ago sits at the top of the list, time-stamped with the current time. Next to it is a tiny thumbnail preview, a frozen frame the camera grabbed when it decided something had moved. The image is dark, washed in gray and blue. There is my living room, the couch, the coffee table, the edge of the TV, and in the far left corner of the frame, near where the wall meets the hallway entrance, there is a shape. It could be a shadow. It could be compression. It could be nothing. Or it could be a tall, blurred outline, just at the edge of the camera's vision, half turned toward the hallway that leads to my bedroom. My thumb hovers over the thumbnail, waiting to tap it, to blow it up full screen and replay the footage that goes with it. Instead, for a second, I find myself staring not at the image, but at the text above it. The generic, automatic sentence my camera app always uses. Motion detected. Living room. No subject. No object. Just the fact. Something moved, it says, and refuses to tell me what. 7. The second midnight and the gap under the bed. The clock on the stove does that thing where every minute feels louder than the last. 11:54 p.m., 11:57 p.m., 11:59 p.m. The green digits bleed onto the dark glass of the microwave door, a cheap reflection of time pretending to be important. I keep telling myself I am not going to look again until it flips, but my eyes stray anyway, the way your tongue goes to a sore tooth without asking permission. Somewhere through the wall, my neighbor's TV is tuned to the same ritual as last year. Times Square, host shouting into a microphone, crowd noise smudged by drywall. The sound is faint, filtered, but I can hear the cadence of the countdown commentary. The nervous jokes, the commercials between, the swelling music behind the idea that midnight is some kind of finish line instead of just another number. I should get up and turn on my own TV, I guess. Join the noise, drown this room in someone else's celebration. Instead, I keep my eyes on the laptop screen in front of me and my hands on the keyboard. You are in the last stretch of this story with me now, the part where I should be offering a lesson, a punchline, some kind of bow to tie around a year that never quite went back to its original shape. I do not have that. What I have is a kitchen table with a few coffee rings on it, a dog asleep within arm's reach, and a blinking cursor waiting for me to admit that I am more afraid of what I will see on a live camera feed than of anything I have already watched in the past. The phone with the motion alert is still screen up beside the laptop. The thumbnail of the living room, with its blurred shape in the corner, sits in the app like an open door. One tap and I could expand it, replay the clip, stare until I find out whether that smudge was just the camera choking on the dark or something tall and patient, choosing a new edge of my life to occupy. I do not tap it. Instead, I type. The gentle whir of the laptop fan has joined the apartment's soundscape, a small, continuous breath at my fingertips. There is an intermittent drip in the sink that I keep meaning to fix. One metallic plink every few minutes, a lazy metronome that has taken up residence in my skull. Somewhere above me, a neighbor shuts a cabinet, the thud traveling through the structure like a heartbeat being passed from rib to rib. Max is on the rug just beyond my chair, head on his paws, eyes half closed. Every once in a while, his ears flick toward the hallway, then back to me, as if he is trying to decide which one of us is more likely to cause trouble tonight. Outside, someone sets off a firework early. The pop is distant, followed by a fizz and a cheer that does not belong to anyone I know. Then the apartment does it again. It is not dramatic. If you had not been listening for it all year, you might miss it. But I have, and I do not. The fridge behind me shuts off mid-hum. The vent's exhale cuts clean. The neighbor's TV drops to a muffled ghost of itself as some quirk in the wiring or the air or the world itself lines everything up on the same silent beat. The mechanical hush settles over the kitchen like someone has laid a lid on the room. 1 second, maybe 2. Long enough for my fingers to hover above the keys and forget what they were about to say. In that heavy space where all the usual noise is gone, I hear something else. It is small. It could be anything. The soft brush of fabric against fabric, a tiny hitch in wood, the smallest creak of a frame under a shifting fraction of weight. It comes from the direction of the bedroom. Not loud, not obvious, just present. It is exactly the kind of sound you could explain away if you were looking for comfort. The building settling, the heater duct flexing as it cools, a neighbor upstairs rolling over in their sleep. It is also exactly the kind of sound you might hear if a person lying very still in a very narrow space adjusted their shoulders, or moved their hand, or turned their head an inch to listen better. I do not get up to go check. Maybe that makes me a coward. Maybe it makes me rational. I do not know anymore. All I know is that after watching myself walk around on camera, drunk and unaware, after watching a stranger move under my bed when I thought I was alone, I have lost all faith in the idea that walking toward a noise automatically gives you control over it. So I sit there. The fridge is still quiet. The vent has not yet come back to life. The neighbor's TV is a fuzzy suggestion. I keep typing. I tell you that I have learned the scariest things are not the ones you can play back in high definition. They are not the jump scares with clear faces and circled timestamps. The worst things are the gaps, the 40 minutes of smeared pixels, the corrupted segments, the way a man can enter your life clearly in one neat clip and then leave only as a suggestion, a slightly open window, a scuffed sill, an empty underbed space where your body still insists something is lying. I tell you that cameras are excellent at recording entrances. They love doors opening, bodies stepping over thresholds, people announcing themselves by accidentally triggering a motion alert. Exits are messier. People leave through places they should not, or not at all, at least according to the footage. I type that I know this story sounds too neat for some people, that if I heard it on your channel without living it, I would assume the narrator was exaggerating, or filling in blanks, or leaning into the drama. I would probably think the face in the glitch was just a trick of compression. I would be wrong about how much that difference between knowing better and feeling worse actually matters at 3 a.m. The building breathes in again. The fridge kicks back on with a dull, familiar thump. The vent sighs, pushing air back into the room. The neighbor's TV swells, and I can hear the crowd in New York counting down, the numbers dull and softened by distance. 10, 9, 8. I do not join in. I am out of sync with that clock now. On the stove, the display flips to 12 a.m. quietly. No fanfare, no sparkle, just a new number. I look at the email draft window. At the subject line I typed a half hour ago without thinking too hard. New Year's story, use if you want. At the long river of text below it, this whole thing you have just sat through, stacked like evidence I do not expect anyone to verify. My hand hovers over the trackpad for a second, then clicks the send button. The email jumps out of my outbox and into whatever invisible wires carry confessions like this to strangers. That is it. No sound effect, no dramatic music cue. Just a little whoosh and the knowledge that this is no longer only in my head. The apartment feels different in the seconds after. Not safer, not cleaner, just redistributed. Like I have taken a weight from one side of my chest and slid part of it onto the table in front of you. In the living room, Max lifts his head, looks toward the hallway, then toward me. The neighbor's TV erupts in a roar of Happy New Year and canned applause. Fireworks start popping more frequently outside, each burst painting faint colors on the undersides of the blinds. I could pick up my phone now. Open the camera app, tap the alert from earlier and watch the motion clip in full. Find out whether the blurred shape in the thumbnail was just a shadow bending wrong or something wearing a gray coat and testing the edges of my second life. I do not. Maybe I will later. Maybe I will never be able to stop myself. Maybe I already know what I am afraid it will show, and watching it will not change anything. Not a clear face, not a full body standing in the middle of the room, waving at the camera. Just the lower edge of something familiar, a smear of gray fabric at floor level, disappearing under a piece of furniture that, on paper, does not have the clearance for a human being. Before I close this, before I hit whatever key saves it into your queue, I want to say one last thing directly to whoever is hearing this. If you are listening to this in bed right now, there is probably a small, dark space under you. Maybe it is crowded with storage boxes or old shoes or dust bunnies. Maybe it is completely clear. Either way, it is there. A hollow the length of your body that you almost never think about until something forces you to. Cameras, deadbolts, peepholes, they are all good at making you feel like you can see the important parts. like you will always catch the bad thing coming through the door. My year has taught me something else. I am not asking you to believe me. I am not asking you to call anyone or change anything. I am just asking you, the next time your house goes completely quiet for 1 second tonight, not to waste that second assuming you are alone.